Hello everyone, a new game is starting again. Barely a minute late, our players are all well used to the format now, it seems already. We are looking at MongrelEyes, who got the nation pick and decided to pick first. And Droner picked the setup of the map as second in the bracket listing, and he picked dual-sized, wide coastal rain basin. The turnstile will be tight, every settings look to be default, no enchant ruin, competitive mode as is, well, very strongly recommended. Calamities are rare, they are pick later, and they opted for default dynasties. Sorry, I'm just checking that with the player, making sure it's intentional. Alright, I'm asking to make sure. Yours was pick later, mongrel? Okay, so maybe I'm confused. Alright, I'm not sure why I still saw a dynasty listed. Communicating with the player. Alright, so Scientific might join me up in a few moments for the commentary of this game. Let me check my sound setup in game. Looks to be alright. We don't have music quite yet, of course, unless we want to play it. Well, the PCs I would like to play are not to be shared online. So, and it looks like we are up. The timer is still paused. We are on turn one. Droner has just picked his nation and he went to Babylonia, and it might be the first time we see Babylonia during the tournament. I believe Sion might be casting another game. The weekend is promising to be packed. I think he got administration for free. No, Babylonia starts with administration. So let me pick. He funded sages, so slightly greedy. Got divination for free. So okay, it's only 80 research tech, but getting it super early give him a good shot at funding Zoroastrianism, and he went for a schema, an affable schema, no less. So we'll be producing settlers and workers quite quickly. Well, he hasn't assigned his leader, so he's getting a bit of a bonus, but he's assigned a scholar character to benefit a bit more for with the synergy from Sages. He starts with an archive, so additional research. Improving his growth resource, in this case Riverside Barley Tile, quite nice. And his second strength seems to be Humble, I believe, +1 Wisdom, +1 Charisma. Yeah, that should be it. So, and he's going against this camp. Uh, I don't think he could reach directly. Well, certainly we're on turn 3, so getting closer and inflicting more damage is typically worth the higher damage you receive in return. Our players are playing quickly in simultaneous turns, so I'll be hopping back and forth, not necessarily on the turn change. Rome or Roman player is of course much more efficient cleaning their camp. They didn't pick a champion family, so they don't have steadfast and will still be late to clear the first camp without having a first unit spawning. But they are a tactician; they barely took any damage, and they will still clear the camp reasonably efficiently, despite not having opted for a champion start and the steadfast trait for their first unit. So the map is mirrored. Let me check that. Yes, it is. There is a little bit of a mountain range toward the center of the map for each of them. They both had their empty city site in this direction, so they will have good access to solid quarry spots. First settler is done for landowner Rome, and we'll see where they go. He opted for an intelligent tactician, so we've seen that already. That's a good combination of the security from having a tactician. You are able to defend against an enemy tactician, and you can and even with several units, is still a strong point to be able to deter early aggression or slow it down considerably. So solid insurance on that front. Solid pick of attributes, of course. A little bit of extra money is always good at the start of the game. Helps you not have to rely so much on chopping, so not have to spend so many orders. He's harvested several money resources: the silver, the gold, the lavender before, the salt on his way to his city spot. So he got a little bit of extra culture from the salt and lavender. He got extra money and is exploring. The unit spawn, so he's dealing with it with his tactician leader, and nothing to fear there, and will be able to found up north. His second settler will be able to work immediately, no matter what, because they already have a cleared spot here, and they settled the barbarian camp they just cleared first. Checking on Babylonia. Babylonia opted for their free city site first. They are markedly slower in clearing up the camp. I will note that if they had moved adjacent on turn 6, they would have cleaned the camp already. They would still have to deal with the unit, but they wouldn't be in a forest, and they would take only a single attack per turn. And if he clears the camp from the forest, he will still have to deal with the marauder. So the timer has started. Our players are quite quick, which is a nice change. Going for a forum first, so Sage, Artisans, Forum. This reads like all-out economic play almost. There's no military family on the map yet. Maybe he's looking at this spot to make one. Yeah, he couldn't spend all his orders, it seems. His card could have moved out, but he valued keeping them in the forest more. Oh no, he's using his card during his opponent's turn, which of course he can, while they are in simultaneous. Let's get back to King Adonibal, so finishing the cleanup of this extra barbarian from the camp they cleared. Settler on the way. The barley farm is done, but they didn't go for the farmer first, so it will be slightly slower growing, but the third city will be earlier than for his opponent. His scout has moved back to spot, apparently for the barbarian camps, maybe do a little bit more harvesting. Food is not great yet, so harvesting food might still be valuable to be able to pay for more settlers. Although, of course, he's going for a worker at the moment. He already has a settler in the work, so there's no urgency yet. Still, that's all he has to do with his scout, so I hope he will do something. And he's moving forward again, so I'm not too sure what that was about, just clearing the fog, I assume. Yeah, he's seen his immediate surrounding and is pushing forward again. So ideally, if you're going to do that, clear your surroundings first and then go forward. The back and forth is of course a bit inefficient, or maybe you could have harvested some more resources along the way, spending the orders you still have at the end. Maybe harvesting additional culture for your cities. And he had a tribe event at the moment and he became humble as a consequence, so discipline and wisdom. And yep, let me see. All right, so first tech is done. Rome starts with stone cutting, iron cutting, and police. He went divination first, and now he has to pick between husbandry, drama, aristocracy, all tier 2 techs, and forestry. All right. And hello, Aran, in the chat. Sorry, I was focusing a bit more on Discord. There's always a little bit of player communication to handle at the beginning of the game with the setup and everything, ensuring everyone is cool with potential co-casters as well. But welcome to the stream. And we are seeing Babylonia. I'm not sure if Babylon has already been played in the game. There's a first quarry in progress, drama in the work, second worker in the capital. Yeah, the worker that you upgraded to militia. I don't know that I agree with that. No settlers in the work to found this spot. Oh, you cannot march. Yeah, so I insist this was misplayed. You should have assigned a general or something to accelerate the cleanup of the camp early on, or at the very least went adjacent to make sure the unit died early enough. No, maybe the Marauder would go against the militia. Well, he attacked, so he's going to lose his unit. The Marauder is going to walk on the camp, respawn the camp. The militia will be useless. Oh, a very unfortunate turn of event. This will slow him down by I don't know 10 turns. It's huge. Um, yeah, a little bit of confusion or miscoordination there. The timer is maybe putting him under pressure. Let's check what's going on. And the timer is slow. So yeah, the timer isn't crazy. It's just that our players are maybe Drona in particular has been a little bit inefficient in his camp clearing. Roma is growing nicely. We have the barley farm, Riverside barley farm, so that's enough food to pay for upkeep and a little bit contribute to settlers a little bit. The two salt will provide culture. Is diligently working on that, as opposed to Babylonia, where well the first worker was upgraded to a militia. Is now facing a camp that it won't be able to clear. So that was a pretty big display early on. With this camp, you should it's common that you might end up with your first military unit that's severely hurt and has to walk back to your borders to heal and all that. And that's what you want to avoid by picking something like champions first or having a strong general from the beginning. Uh, but but losing your unit and not being able to clear the camp and having to invest a worker in doing nothing, pretty much, this militia will not be able to clear the camp or very inefficiently by itself, not gaining XP in the meantime or anything. So there was a bit of a misplay there. He appointed his schemer, his affable schemer leader, to his second city. We are seeing a Roman scout already about to find his already found his borders. You can definitely see the this style. and his scouting on his side is about equivalent. He's about to find out about his opponent's border and his expansion plans. He will inevitably spot the tactician going to work on the camp. He hasn't picked his next tech. He is very efficient in research, of course, as a schemer with high wisdom and everything. So I misread the trait. I said charisma wisdom is humble, but it's charisma and discipline that is humble. So that is I don't know. There is a plus 20 something. Can we change the name of the stream to the name of the players? We cannot, Smoking Nida, at the moment. I am logged as Nolex Kitten, as you will see in chat, and I don't have admin access on the Twitch because I have not been diligent in setting that up. So it's typically Fluffy doing that. So I'm afraid the Twitch title will remain incorrect. We can update it later for the VOD. We can definitely update it later for the export to YouTube. So this will get sorted out in time, but the title of the stream will have to remain incorrect, I'm afraid. So let's pick on Rome. His second settler is about to complete. He's founded statesman in the north, and he's already got his first worker, which is a strong contrast. Of course, we have a first worker because it was granted at starting the city, but the city hasn't produced one yet, and the northern camp is still not cleared, and that's the first cleared camp. This was the free city spot. So Rome, of course, more efficient at that as a tactician, is clearing their second camp. They've picked the brave promotion. Well, nothing too great. Typically, when you're fighting tribes, you're fighting 70% ranged units, but Warden would be very good. Amphibious is always cool, not necessarily at the moment, but later on it might be relevant. I would definitely aim for Warden, get the XP from fighting, kill the next unit, then pick the promotion, heal, and move forward. When you're clearing camps and when you are defending your cities in not as clearly but quite often, or where you are attacking an enemy city, you're very likely to be standing on the urban tile. So in that sense, if that's something you can hope to get, Warden is just straight up better than Besieger, because not only you're attacking into urban, but you are standing on urban, so you get additional attack and defense. So it's not exactly the same, but it's decent. Rome has founded landowner and the statesman at their second city. I expect a champion found in the north, but I don't know. It would be strange almost to see a Rome nation pick without champions, without military families. That's the military family they are, of course, that's synonymous, but going with such a military powerhouse with additional training everywhere, additional fatigue point on every unit, and then not taking a military family would feel a bit counter synergistic, if that's a word, something like that. We'll have to see what they settle. Their opponent is diligently scouting around their second city at the moment. He's getting his first hamlet. Interestingly, he has divination, could go for a shrine. Babylonia is not supposed to start with divination. In this case, they did because they got it from turn 1 on founding their capital, but they haven't started on a shrine either. So they might race for Zoroastrianism, but for now they are racing slowly. They are speed walking divination. Oh, second militia. I don't understand the militia production. Okay, I know people love their stone and think of stone as something you should keep stashed for wonders, but if you can't stand the idea of making a slinger, pick a warrior nation. You need to be able to make military units early on. Militias are not military units. They are poor substitute. that you will pay for, that slows you down in your growth, in everything else you would want to produce with growth. And even in a sage city, it's 8 turns for a slinger and 4 turns for a militia. I would rather have a slinger than 2 militias. And especially don't lose the first one either. Yeah, no one forces you to throw your military units into the recycler like that. So um, yeah, I think definitely something to improve on the like first few turns, identifying the first camp, going there, uh, putting the priority on damaging the unit rather than protecting yours by staying distant, taking the distance penalty, even if there's a forest. Important things to identify there, Drona. I know you cannot really benefit from my feedback in English, but well, in spoken English at least. So I will try to type you a little bit of feedback later on. He's having events, but I'm not going to be able to see. I assume it's possibility for peace with the tribe. They've both made the Danes, and Babylon has met the Numidians as well, so that's probably the recently met one. The Numidians seem to have only one site on the map. There are 3 Dane sites, and everything else is barbarians. Alright, Rome has founded their 3rd city and 3rd family. It is champion, they get an additional militia for their trouble. They are going straight for a warrior, alright, so that's how you do it. He paid for it, I'm pretty sure, or he didn't have all the iron he needed anyway. He was missing just 1 iron, so probably got a bonus, a boost of iron in clearing a camp, and almost had enough to get his warrior right away. The miner will help his culture. If you're going for rural specialists in particular, this is very citizen intensive. Start with the barley, start with the grain. You can further boost it with granary later, and the additional growth will accelerate your settlers, accelerate your workers, accelerate your scouts or militia if you absolutely need to make one, and of course accelerate your city growth and help you get additional citizens. So maybe you feel it doesn't matter as much. I'm landowner. I'm making rural specialists very quickly. I start with 3 citizens instead of 1. I have a judge for when I want more serious specialists. But if you're putting a judge in the landowner spot, it's to make urban specialist, or it should. We had such a good family start for statesman, and he has a good city for patron, and then he could have put champions on the horses. Yeah, it's a duel, right? You have to put champions somewhere. Don't greed your way into silliness. So you take the best you can for champions. If you really have a great spot that you can wait to do it, maybe, but otherwise it should be at least one of your first founds. Statesmen are pretty hard to pass, so I would say it's on funding your first city. Landowner is definitely reasonable. There's 4 rural resources to improve. What I disagree with is improving assault before improving the barley. I'm not sure if Cyan looks at that, but yeah, don't pressure anyone into joining me, Nisa. It's not that easy for Cyan to understand me and to caucus with me, and I don't want to push. And yeah, only half an hour. If you want to just jump in and go out, feel free. Don't feel committed, Cyan. But I'm perfectly fine finding casting alone as well, so really don't worry. Alright, so 2 warriors next turn. So Rome is ramping up very significantly already. He's getting his first shrine of Feronia for additional growth, and a later pasture bonus maybe, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's that, but that's immaterial really. But pushing his borders is valuable. Getting this shrine is valuable. That's extra culture, if only for state religion. For the religion, it will make the city a holy site and push his civics, and it will start him on the way to Zoroastrianism if he wants to do that. Babylonia got divination turn 1 by funding sages, but they have not started on shrines because they've converted their workers to militia for some reason after losing their slinger. I cannot believe that. That was a very, very cursed first Atom City expansion. He decided to found artisan, which is not the worst, it's not traders, but don't necessarily wait to find hunters. So, okay, there's no hunter resources. There's no hunter resources here either. And you know that, you went everywhere. There's no hugely awesome hunter seat. This one with the ore is decent. There's a good hunter seat in the center with 2 camels, multiple fur, and well, all right. So this city spot is high priority. It's gorgeous. It's awesome. It's magnificent. So I get it. You don't want to fund trader and you don't want to fund hunter because it's not a great hunter spot. So you put artisans. Why not? But really, if you put enter there, you will not be sad. The good things about the resource bonus from hunter or trader is that it applies in any city, not only in the seat. You don't have to wait to fund the seat to get that. As contrasting with, for example, the champion bonus, which is plus 50% training that applies only in the seat. So there are other bonuses that are much less sensitive to positioning. And a champion seat is just good anywhere, anyway, or it's just extra. So, all right, all-out militia clearing. I don't think I ever saw something like that. Interesting. We'll keep an eye on it. I'll switch to the Roman perspective. We're already on year 18, 19. Which is awesome to see. There's a good pace in the game at the moment. Rome is nicely preparing their assault positioning. I would like to see them more adjacent to the camp. Yes, very good to the camp itself to be able to accelerate the clear up and benefit from the protection from the urban tiles. He picked ambitious, indeed, on his tactician leader, so he can strike from beyond the river and keep the room for an extra melee unit without the trait and augment that way his attack surface on the camp. The fact that he's beyond the river won't protect his tactician. All the Jane units are ranged that we can see in this spot anyway, so that won't matter overmuch. Will get developed in good time. Yeah, I assume you're talking about Rome there. A hunter city out front would be beneficial. He's probably thinking wood. I don't hate it. Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm happier seeing that than seeing, let's say, traders and going all out by avoiding a military family in a multiplayer duel. Which okay can be done. Everything can be done, but it's quite a gamble. So yeah, our tactician here is still solid. They are a bit more. Well, they're not that solid, really. Okay, Eckler is going to be great later if it matters, which it might. The map is not too big, but useless for now dealing with tribes, and it became bitter, so a little bit more fragile against tribal aggression. Minus charisma means it doesn't get any defense bonus, and is eating slightly harder. Of course, negative attributes always impact your attack power. So he's pulling the trigger. Attacking the city center. I would have liked to see him move. That would have been a saved order before attacking. He's keeping an eye on this barbarian site. There is another one here mirrored, of course, with ore, which is probably something he's looking at. The center spot is quite nice. And in the meantime, Babylon is still clearing with militia. They will have another unit to contend with next turn, going for a forum straight away in their second artisan spot. And they got Nodion already, so they are done with drama. Their research is plus 25, contrasting with plus 23 on Rome. We'll see how much he managed to do with his expected science advantage, and I'll switch to Rome for that to have the ranking in English. So we can see that Babylonia is much wealthier than Rome. That's expected. They're not really spending their resources at the moment, working on quarries and more than on urban improvements. But once again, stone is to make something. It's not for stone. So if you're refusing to make slingers, you better make urban improvements. Otherwise, it's all thrown away. Um, and refusing to make slingers is a straight up mistake. I will say that without hesitation. That's way better than converting your initial worker to a militia, no doubt. Workers produce 3 to 1, so he's made workers a lot more despite getting 1 free from funding artisans. Military units produced 1 from donor, so that was militia. He converted 1 or maybe even 2 workers to militia on top. What's interesting, technologies discovered 6 to 4, so there's a free tech from being sages, but the advantage is not too great. Militarily, Rome is way ahead, and well, they've been ahead earlier, and they are still ahead today. And that's after after converting another militia to another worker to a militia and sending it forward. So it's the whole militia army is something I don't think I ever thought before. So I don't know who sang the praise of militias somewhere and convinced Droner, but I find his early play weaker than his last game, and that's a bit concerning. I hope he's not receiving too much bad advice. And hello, Power Hunger, very good, very good. Welcome to the chat. And yeah, it's a bit of a struggle because he misplayed. I understand, stressed. Probably he stayed on the forest to hit the camp originally, so to protect himself from damage, I imagine. But the fact becomes protected. It takes a lot longer. The marauder spawned. Of course, doesn't care about forest. Started to hit his unit before he had dealt with the camp. Then he couldn't take the camp without finding himself on one hit point against other units. He sent a militia, didn't have enough to march to do anything, and he lost his slinger. And that was an emergency militia. It was an initial worker that he had to upgrade. So the start has been extremely painful for Droner. And the amount of time Ninja won against me because of stupid militia is insane. Yeah, well, I would like to see the game, but I'm not saying militia never makes sense. I think there's an issue with people understanding advice as if they are absolute, and they are not. I'm saying losing your first slinger, converting your first worker to a militia, producing additional militia instead of slingers in the early game to clear camp while you don't have a military family is maybe not your best play. And I think you should hear that, no matter what Ninja has done with militias in the past. Yeah, he'll get the camp. He'll lose one, but he'll get it. Yeah. I'm just saying it's very inefficient, right? Sure, you can sort of making it work, but it's super order costly. I wonder if he's both orders. It doesn't look like it at the moment. Nope. Hasn't both order as a skimmer. Let's check on Rome. So Rome, by contrast, has already cleared 3 camps. Yeah, we're talking about the second. So and that's without without funding champion, without funding champion second. They didn't have steadfast. So sure, he's a tactician. That's an advantage. But skimmers are no slouch. He has 1 militia because it was given to him for free. He hasn't even settled his free site yet, so he can use more settlers even now, and he's clearing very efficiently. That's a good contrast there. Yeah, if Rome is feeling spicy, yeah, this might be short. I mean, if this meets that, it's the end of the game. So I'm not sure where Rome is scouting at the moment. We can see that Babylon is keeping its eyes on Rome. I hope no scouts were hurt in the production of this video. No, the scout is down south. So I, I'm not sure what the idea. If he wants to keep an eye on the ore, if he's ogling the pearls in the center of the map, or if he wants to be absolutely sure that there's no naval shenanigans, but it's way early for that. I suppose okay, an estate already in the champion in the artisan seat, so this is going to race up in culture. The city went to developing. It already has an Odeon. I assume he's working on the shrine. Which one is that? That's a shrine of wisdom. So that will be additional civics as well. So I don't hate that as a development plan. It's a bit early on civilian development, but that's fine if it's a civil city. What I don't like is that there's no military city. That he's only now getting a slinger to replace his first one. But yeah, maybe he wants to do something with that. I would say you're facing Rome though, with no military units. Maybe you should have different priorities. But if you're going to go culture and race for something, yeah, sure. Artisan plus an estate plus a shrine. Odeon early on. Well, okay, the barrack doesn't really go in the same direction though, but there are decent plays there. Starting to lose iron from what? From just the barracks? Barracks and upkeep. Of course, city upkeep and developing starts to consume iron. Another landowner spot. So of course, it could have been patrons for some extra cultures and all that. There's plenty of patron resource here without a site really nearby. So I think I agree with the pick. I think by default, unless you have a very strong patron's capital or a very strong patron second, maybe third city, then probably your best bet is Londoner Estates, champion in the order of your choice. I think the Londoner pick is very defensible here. My only nitpick is that I'd like to have seen the farmer instead of the miner early on, but really this is decent. Champions can be made to work everywhere. I just hope it won't make workers until the end of the game. But yes, quite enough to deal with the center. This spot is gorgeous. It's beautiful. There's horses. There's two marble. There's two camels. Two fur. Of course, you would like hunters, but that's still a very decent spot. So it lacks growth. There's no growth resource, so it's not like the perfect spot. But it's still very nice. It controls a lot of urban tiles, so it will have a lot of territory with the resources. So it guarantees that you have awesome vision in the center of the map as well. That's definitely part of map control. The vision you get, or the passive vision, how much you can check and spot and control without having to spend orders doing it. Yeah, I agree. I think on what you're mentioning, Kudos was able to clear another camp. Yeah, yeah. He's defending. Rome is taking center. Yeah, they're not. They are decided. They show determination here. Jonah has good clear. Did well in the PBM game too. Mongrel, you mean, or are you thinking about another game? I didn't see Droner play PBM. I don't think it was him. Well, I assume you're speaking about Mongrel because he's clearing very well, whereas there's feedback to be provided for Droner, I believe. So yeah, no problem. It's I get confused too. It's Pure Luck. Hello, welcome to the stream. We'll ask you some questions on Discord at some point, but as a newer player, would you recommend just focusing on one nation first and how they interact with overall game mechanic? I really like Assyria. It's crazy. Every 6 months, Assyria is the worst nation. People don't play it. They don't understand what they can do. They're not interested. And 6 months later, everyone is, you know what? Assyria feels pretty good. So I love them myself. Happy to see you, so that's cool. Wonder if you take a lesson from that on precise aggressive advantage here. Maybe the Mongrel versus PPM was. I didn't see all of it, but what I saw was super cool. So maybe could have cut Moosey's head off last round, but yeah, maybe it's the horns, you know. Moosey's, they have protections against early decapitation, maybe. Um, yes, it is an elimination match. It's pure luck. I believe Mongrel, despite a strong showing, I would say, Cyan will tell you more, against Purple Bull Moose, lost his first game in the tournament, so went into the lower bracket, and Droner played Kiyala, I think. I will have to check to be sure who were their first opponent, but I did stream that game, so I should remember. But I'm sorry, there's been many games, so it's slightly confusing. Yeah, I don't know from the top of my head. So if I find a second to check the schedules, I will tell you. If not, just know that they lost their first game by by being a bit too greedy, a bit too focused on single player, the idea that they could reach the late game and do great stuff. So yeah. Right, Nisa answering for. Uh, okay, just to get an idea of the full idea of an Asian work. Yeah. Nations play pretty differently from each other. It's not apparent with so minor the bonus seems. Yes. For example, Assyria can get early. Yeah. Tex. Donor first. Moroton. Yes. Thank you very much, Scientific. It's not a mobile facing an opponent. Chichi is all you need to know, sadly. Why, sadly? I mean, I enjoy thinking. That's why I play Forexes. So, I mean, you can learn by just trial and error as well, just facing your opponents. You could jump into duel from the beginning and just learn from the experience. That would work in old world, just as in Dota 2. Even if we have 10 archetypes and 10 families, and Dota 2 has 150 heroes or something like that. So you could. You could, but in Dota 2 they're even worse. They would say, "Oh, you've played 4,000 hours, you're out of the tutorial." Typically, I say that at 500 hours in Old World, and we're not proud of the fact. So I wouldn't present MOBAs as games that are easy to learn. Uh, and I would say to you, oh, and I'm sorry. I didn't realize the Automod was retaining your message when you say when you said that he could have won against that Mongrel could have won against PPM. So let me get back to the game one instance. So alright, he's using the Shrine of Soul to boost his mines. Typically everyone zeroes in on the +1 training per lumber mill, but if you're not going lumber mill, don't wait for it. It's still extra culture, it's still paganism, he's getting another shrine, and he will have 4 quite soon in only 2 cities, so he's probably not aiming for divine rule, and he will be able to get some apprentices in his first 2 cities as soon as possible. He hurried a settler from his capital, so he's going big on expansion. Babylon has definitely caught up to the fact that that the center is Roman already, um, strongly Roman, with no less than 4 units occupying the spot. For now, Mongrel seems to be pausing his expansion, probably waiting for his settler to catch up, which is not the worst play. That's definitely understandable and makes sense. The festival in Adrianopolis, I'm not too sure. Is maybe too poor to buy a warrior? No way. Yeah, no way. He's too poor. One more, one more warrior wouldn't hurt. It's your champion spot. It would be done in 3 turns. people are better at producing military units than celebrating whatever in this city, so they should. Okay, Walker is straining his orders. He would love a skimmer at the moment, but he got great value out of his tactician, so very solid play. Alright, having a bit of a breather, finally a military city. He's going for a walker, however. So, and he's getting a slinger and now a warrior from his capital, another slinger from his artisan family. So, yeah, none of his slingers will have sentinel. His warrior will have to come from his capital. And on the other hand, he's investing in Walker in his military family, which makes sense to a degree, but there's not that much that's great to be done here. Can get some mines, but he doesn't have husbandry. Forestry will be done in a few turns, but I would very much want to see lumber mills here, if anywhere, or here. Riverside ones in an artisan city definitely makes sense. Mines in the artisan city, if you can, should take some degree of priority. He's getting plenty of farms to pay for his food. He has money though. He doesn't need to focus that much on rural economy. Alright. Warrior done, so he should be looking slightly better in terms of raw strength. And and he is. The militia still counts. It's still 3 strengths per militia. So maybe that will play an important role in convincing Mongrel that he cannot do a decapitation strike. But indeed, even now, if this turns, Mongrel moves in with everything he has, I don't think he can be stopped. He would thrash the militia, then realize that he's actually stronger, fight the slingers in the forest with his warriors, stunning what he needs to stun, with ability to heal in the field if necessary with his hero. I think he could still be decisive. That would maybe take a little bit of tactical accuracy, but it's maybe still doable. First warrior is out though, and that window will close. He can still inflict damage, but maybe not close the game immediately. Alright, settler on the way. I like the way the fact that he's a little bit cautious to just. You don't need to move further. You got the center. You know you have an advantage. You're up. Well, it's 4-4 cities. So in terms of pure cities, they've caught up. But he knows he still has a spot he can settle in his backline, and he's just pushing on the brake a little bit, but not too strongly, not too vigorously. Yeah, I'm not so sure you can like, just counter a nation with a nation like that. There's a lot of stuff in the keep, and maybe, but it still takes accurate execution. I'm not sure how relevant that is. And that's MP. I think the question is about single player. If I may jump in the discussion, the pure luck, what do you want to do? If you fall in love with a nation or a certain kind of play, exploring that for a few games, having fun with it is perfectly fine. And then if you want to look at something else, try something else. That I think, and I'm speaking not as a dev here, but as an ex-fan of the game, who incidentally got lucky and got to work with the game. But I had so many moments where I was stuck in something because I fell in love with Babylonia. I was reading a lot about Mesopotamia at the time and all that. Yeah, Rome is advancing. And slight misplay. That's not the amphibious one across the camp. He signed truce with the Dane though. So he's probably looking for more than tribes to clear up. He hasn't even advanced his settler at the moment. So this might be decisive. You can pick a judge or a zealot as his successor. That might give us a hint at what he wants to do. The Hanging Garden, for some reason I had a tooltip showing me something I read at a shrine, so I'm probably just an idiot. Or adult, or whatever, a child. But yeah, that's okay. Okay, there's your growth then. No laws on board, centralization. You could pick freedom for the plus 40% that scientific loves. A bit too late now. Oh, well, if you're going to move in with only 2 units, especially. I'm not an idiot, you think so? Maybe I can help you change your mind. Yes. I saw it and I think I called it a shrine earlier. Is probably what I missed there. And it was probably started a bit earlier, so I didn't pick up on it, or I mixed up. I saw the shrine early, that one later, and thought it was still the shrine because it was adjacent to pasture or something. Not sure. Well, that doesn't matter really very much. And yeah, getting back to your question, since we are waiting for our players to decide themselves, they might be negotiating a turn style change. Let me check my Discord comms. Yeah, I don't know. They haven't paused the timer at any rate. And yeah, maybe Babylonia might be able to defend at the last minute. Yeah, Rome would have needed all their units. Would need all their units to really. And I think the result would be just pushing Babylon. At this point, it's a little bit late. The result would be Babylon realizing they were producing more military units. They're already doing that. If you're going to make a slinger and a warrior, make the warrior in the artisan spot and the slinger where you get sentinel. That's minor. Well, that's minor. It's not so minor. The 20% in your territory when you're under attack can be very significant. Yes, ranger promotion, stay on the forest. Well, does he see his opponent? Yeah, right. They don't really know enough about each other, so I don't think he sees them at the moment. He sees one warrior. Okay. Yeah. All right. So now he knows, and he should definitely position defensively. Slingers in the forest, on the hill, not the warrior. Put the warrior on the urban tile, but the slinger is a ranger. They want the hill for range on top. Get your militia back. Maybe on the urban tile, maybe your warrior here. The warrior has picked combat one. Well, yeah, well, not my preference. Okay, warriors, rushing the warrior. Alright, so he's reacting. Slinger and walker. So yeah, a lot of walkers. Yeah, if you're going to go pure greed, make walkers everywhere and all that, either sage scholar, all out science, or go for the builder strat. Sure, it's not as strong militarily and whatever, and not a good compromise for science, but if you're going to produce workers, this many workers, just make a builder. If you want to convert them into militia, at least that way the workers are cheaper than the militia rather than more expensive, so yeah. I would have a barb get there and burn it with fire. but burn it. What? Burn it with fire? What have I done? Oh, the estate. He went for it very early. So if you're going to rush production, the estate is okay, but the estate and the barracks and I was thinking it was going pure culture, trying to aim for a wonder early on. I can't read the wonders at the moment because there was Odeon, the early drama, the Wisdom Shrine for more theaters, the innate +4 culture for being artisan, the the additional culture treasury from Babylon, and so if you're going to make an estate, do it early. That's for sure. But then don't delay funding your military seat and all that. Well, that would be my perspective. Know what you're doing and don't do everything at once everywhere. So yeah, and yeah, yeah. At the moment is crumbling already. So something to be learned. If your plan disappears as soon as you see your opponent, probably your plan is not very good to start with. You can try a builder gambit, but if your opponent almost won his last game by rapid expansion and early aggression, maybe not. Especially if he just clicked on Rome during the first turn, you picked second, you could see that and react. Um, Maybe if there's someone who's greedy as well, we clicked on Egypt, yeah, but there are signs already. So uh, I like I like what Mongrel is doing with his tribe management, managing the urban tiles, maximizing his tactician, stunning the undamaged unit, letting this guy raid his opponent rather than fight them. Uh, yeah, switching to tight seems appropriate. Sorry, I'm messaging our players. Right, I'm messaging the players a little bit. Yes, 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 it's early. At very minimum, it's really builder gambit, right? So if you're going to do that, I agree. Doing that in an artisan seat where it's quicker to build, where the culture will pile up with the artisan culture, with the treasury culture, with the shrine and the Odeon. But then I would like a theater instead of a barrack. Don't get a second barrack. Don't delay funding your military family. Um, and you should accept that you should focus your other cities more on military, but getting a little bit of culture and a little bit of military and a little bit of everything. Like barracks are really wasted with an estate. That doesn't make sense. You don't want to put multipliers for training and then get less raw training to multiply. Just not coordinated. So here you want barracks. Maybe even here you want barracks if you're going to make, I don't know, siege units later for cheap because they're artisans. But if you're making any military unit here, you will want to rush it. So I get it. Maybe these are urban specialist opportunities, but you have others, and it's not like you're getting officer anyway. So. Um, Yeah, well, enough said about that. So, alright, the camp is cleared. Settler on his way got hurt along. I don't know if it was by calamity or a random raider somewhere. Anyway, they can perfectly afford to found here. Shame about no hunter, but that's still 2 fur, 2 marble, 1 horse, and wide territory to keep a very strong vision on the board, especially as he's a tactician. So a trait of tactician that is little commented about is a +2 vision range, and you will note that it is +2 vision range, right? Not +2 vision range on units or +1 reveal range on units. It applies it's vision. And in particular, that means it applies to cities. Cities typically see 4 tiles distant, And here you can see it's 6 tiles distance. So if you grab the center with the tactician, this city alone is almost seeing everything up to the far north and the border of the map, and until 3 tiles from the coast in the south. So this is an awesome spot. Alright, and he's posturing for now. It doesn't seem like Babylonia has really positioned defensively. Have they switched to tight? I'm not sure. They are still in simultaneous turn. Let me check. Yeah, yeah. That's it. I think explicitly enough request to move to tight. Sorry, catching up on the stream. The estate and artisan seat, Colosseum, you'd already asked satisfy culture pattern. Yeah, the culture play is valid, I agree with you. But you need to protect it, right? So that's just the argument I'm making. Alright, second statesman, I agree with that. Statesmen are just generically good, extra order. He's already connecting the city, making a road here. The river is ensuring connectivity with his northern spot. He will have to do more effort to get to Adrianapolis. He has successfully founded Zoro though, so additional culture in his champion spot. If ever unique units become relevant, that might count for something. Another landowner spot. I don't hate that. That's gross less landowner, but it was a landowner settler, so that there's already 2 citizens. If he wants to put money in his coffers, improving the miners is not silly. It's cheap enough. You already have the citizens to do it. Yeah, I'd be happy defending that. Champion city in the center for the defensive bonus, I assume, and military production doesn't hurt. Sure, make perfect sense. Once again, there's no or, no nothing. It's not a seat with a plus 50%. But it's Rome, so it's with champion and Rome. It's a 12 training city. That's 50% more than a random non-military non-Rome nation city. So quite decent. He would be producing warriors in 5 turns if his city wasn't damaged. So we'll validate that next turn. But yeah, I'm pretty confident that 60. Divided by 12 is indeed 5. At least it was the last time I checked. Babylon is dealing with raiders or eating from far away from mines, which is not silly. It's a melee unit. It will come to them. Additional wires. So yeah, he's scrambling now. So he's not really able to capitalize on his civilian investments. He's making decent economic progress. I'm not sure why the mine is here rather than there. Maybe misclick, but there's another mine here. I don't know. I mean, I'm not against flatland mines any more than I'm against flat quarries, but if you have opportunities to get a strong one in an artisan city, or maybe he wants it for urban improvement to expand, or yeah, I don't know. But yeah, why a mine here rather than here? It's not very intuitive to me anyway. Alright, getting his units. Rome is alright, rest and recuperation. The wire moved back to heal. These are indeed 5 turns tier 1 unit and 7 turns spearmen. He already has phalanx, he's going husbandry, so Rome has gone somewhat traditionally labor force phalanx, decent, a first strength 5 unit, got divination or aristocracy along the way. He's well started. I would rate him as ahead in research at the moment, despite his opponent starting with higher wisdom. In terms of military score, Babylonia is ahead with. I think he panicked, but it worked. He shot up in strength. His militias, for all the flak I gave him, are still counting at 3 strength each in his power rating, and that's probably making Rome a little bit shy. I would have to find that their scout hasn't moved forward to see what's going on. So if he had a scout around here, he would be able to call part of the bluff. But to be fair, the slingers give the definite advantage in the open to Babylon. So yeah, the window has closed, but there's another city, I assume champion, but maybe it will be landowner, mirroring the initial start here, would still be super strong. Even if Babylon cannot defend, they are in no position to attack or even threaten, and that's well past the center, and essentially making the entire map Mongrel's backyard. So yeah, strong play at the expansion, strong priorities. Uh, Certainly a decisive direction, going straight east toward his opponent. So what is he doing here? Farms. Yeah, alright, he wants a bit more food. An additional shrine. Slinger in production, so alright. He got his stuff in order. He identified that he's missing ranch units, so he's producing slingers. Walker, miner, right? I think I like what I see. It's all at least decent and sometimes inspired, I would say. Not. Yeah, I like what I see. Scientific? Do you mean, or do you know experience Mongrel was? Was his game against PBM his first game? I don't know if you're still around, but I'd be curious to see, because I like what I see, and from what I remember, I didn't hear much. I probably remember wrong, to be fair, but I thought it was like his first MP game against PPM. And so that would be the second, unless he had training games in the meantime or something like that. Is that correct? You would kill that hero warrior, that one, and ignore the attacks for last kill. Yeah, you can maybe hope for stuff, because the tactician leader at the head of Rome died. There are no a builder, but I would have called a prosperous, eloquent builder on the throne of an empire with 6 cities to 4. Very reassuring myself. Alright, he's going tall with a strong city, he's racing for culture. I'm not sure what he's aiming for, if it's a wonder. Alright, so no champion, no landowner, statesman. Simple, but I like it. But moving against the warriors in the urban tile will already be a little bit tougher, now that it's in Roman territory. I don't know, he can do something. But there's 2 more warriors behind, not too far away. There's more units further from the front line that will reach, so it will be a short window, it will close soon. And already these units are already strong support for what he's doing. I would assume he's going to move away with his steadfast unit to keep clearing tribes and securing the center, the entire map. But yeah, you can stack workers now, make them for cheap. So expand first, get your workers second, your builder second, and then your workers. That works very well in that context. He's diligently getting his garrison. He's quite far from follows. He has just 2, but he wants to be ready to either start a stronghold or upgrade to it. and if he gets a judge on the throne, of course. So yeah, that's good. I like that. I like seeing the garrison in the capital. I assume there will be one in the champion seat in a not too distant future, maybe even one closer to the front line. Earthquake damaging units a little bit more, but it does more damage on Babylonian side. Oh, I'm curious what he picks. Will it be navigation? Will it be mill drill? Will it be something else? They're all fairly good, right? That's yeah, okay. Navigation. So I like it. I like it, Mongrel. You are picking the decisive stuff, the stuff that lets you do things right now, and that's very important. I'm ready to defend the other possibilities, but I'm pretty sure I would have clicked on navigation myself. So yeah, if you're listening to the cast later, I commend your play. I don't know if it's your second MP game, uh, but I think you're showing against PBM, which I didn't follow quite closely or quite completely. It was very strong already. You managed to create very, very solid opportunities. Didn't maybe quite capitalize on them, which is hard. It's hard to identify the right time to pull the trigger. That's the hard skill, in old world, I would say. Uh, but you are showing promise. I can't say I saw you in the community before, so maybe it's just blindness, or maybe you weren't there. But welcome. It's good to see, and congratulations. Solid play. You seem to have grasped some of uh, well, certainly you some fundamentals, and have some strategy, some plans already polished enough. But you should answer me in chat when I'm communicating with the players and switching the turnstile where your opponent requests it. So your opponent is Russian, they don't speak very good English. Make moves in turn is maybe not super explicit, but I'm pretty sure he wants tight turns rather than simultaneous. And on turn 40, that is with adjacent cities, that is a reasonable request. That you should pay attention to if possible. He needs to build more culture in the artisan seat. If he's aiming for legendary, yeah, you need to make culture and then more culture. Oh, the slipped settler. And making military units after an estate. Yeah, he has a treasury, right? Yes, he does. That's a treasury 2, I see, open for construction. But at least the theater should be completed by now. You should be starting your amphitheater. If you're racing in culture, don't half-ass it. Do it fully. Get a coaching session by Sion. Play a challenge match. Alcaraz made very very good ones, and do well. Earl swords. There's a S too many in that in there. You will have one single sword. It's not as easy to make that, to close games with that against humans and against AIs. In my experience, which is at this point way more limited than yours. But I'm not sure how much of a clincher that is. It would be devastating right now. That's for sure. If he can really race fully, get the Colosseum and everything with maybe the star lines, you get the builder, you complete the wonder very quickly. That would be solid. But yeah, I'm not too hopeful, right? The theater, but that made at any point. He planned for it. He put the wisdom shrine. He would get civics out of it. Could put the theater here, could put it here if he doesn't want the bath or something else. Open up the opportunity for an amphitheater after that. In this context, you are racing. Put the Hamlet here if you want to put the theater and the amphitheater. But go all out for your culture if you're doing that. That's way more efficient than the gem miner. The gem miner is good. It's a favorite resource for artisans. It wasn't assigned to the city, however, it was assigned to a family, I assume. Nope. Where is it? To the hunter family? Is that what that means? Oh, to the hunter. city. So, alright, gems are a favorite resource of artisans, meaning that if you assign it to them as a family, it has massive impact on their happiness because they are actually unhappy when they don't have it, so it suppresses the penalty on top of the normal bonus. And if we assign it to a city, which would be 2 culture, 2 happiness normally, it's instead 3 culture, 3 happiness, extra beneficial because I like the resource. So you would boost your culture that much more. If you're racing culture in this city, if you picked artisan, put an estate, made the early Odeon, got the acolyte and the apprentice poet, follow up, put the theater, put the amphitheater, get the poets there if as soon as you can, assign your gems to your city, um, and make military units elsewhere. Really, this is senseless. Producing military units in your estate spot. I understand there's urgency, but now you could rush stuff here if you need to, closer to the front line, and really your city has better stuff to do. Right, let's see if he clicks labor force, husbandry, aristocracy, or composite bow. His tech rate is still very decent. I will have to switch player to be able to read it though. Let's keep an eye on the potential front line. So yeah, military score. Babylonia is well ahead now, so it was spooked, definitely spooked. Misplay with the slinger loss, additional militia loss later, very slow, very scared, seeing Rome on his border, and suddenly he's doing only military units. He's given up on his early play, which is good for survival, let's be clear. We'll see what comes out of that. Science. Yeah, he's still ahead of Rome, not by much. But I suppose it's a good plus 30% or minus 25%, so significant advantage still. I was underselling that. And in terms of order, well, they are close, neck and neck. Rome has, I think, dominated most of the game. Well, dominated is a stronger word, but they were above. They were generating a bit more orders. It has to be. We have to acknowledge that Babylon has gone very worker happy, so they're also spending more orders, and recently they shot up a little bit more in their order economy, and they got Axemen, so this will delay Rome because they went spear first, so we are probably having a bit of a standoffish situation. I'm seeing Axis upgrades, self-healing, which I don't hate in this context, for units that were a little hurt. 4 Axemen in one go, so at least he bunked his training before. There's more coming. There's an Acadian archer up. Oh, it's not only the militia now. Yeah, but don't move them, right? They're not order efficient. If you're starting to move slowly. A little bit, so that you can move your units as a pack. Yeah, I'm not in love with the way he's moving, but I agree with his read that actually he could punish Rome at the moment. I assume Rome is in economic catch-up after rapid expansion, and they need to wake up. They need to pay attention to what their opponent is doing. It's very easy, especially when you get a builder or the leader, to kind of sleep on that. Say, oh, I'm Rome. I got the early expansion ready. I got a city on their border that would rightfully belong to them. I'm making some military units here and there. I can sleep on it. Well, not really. Your units are quite far from the front. You would need a few turns to get there. Not working very diligently on roads, and I would like to see roads at least to cross the hills toward the center of the map. But these units are not helping very much when they are so far away. And in terms of tech, okay, navigation I can get behind. Everyone can get navigation, it's good. But after that, you probably want trapping, mill drill, axes, or get your force lows and start making stronghold. Ah, interesting stuff. I'd pick robust in his place, but and he can also become affable, righteous, cunning, or fierce. So it is a strong turn for his leader. Things are hitting a very strong reaction from Donor. Yeah, agree. Not gonna let one just waltz in and take his seat. Sure, yeah, he's good. Uh, oh yeah, I should check on the Rome Vision. You are right. So he's seeing that, but he's not seeing it here. And his scout is, yeah. All right. So I was commanding MongrelEye on his scoutings early on. Uh, Very solid early exploration. I can see the point of keeping an eye on the sea, but then get a second scout. You cannot know that you are bordering a city of your opponent and not try to get better vision than that. Here you are at best sleeping on your laurels, I would say. You need more. You need to know. It never hurts to know. You have enough city that I would argue for a second scout. Uh, I know it's painful locking the path to that. You don't have freedom, but you do have the hanging garden. There's no great growth resources to be fair. It's only starting now with pastures. There are 3 pastures opportunity in Adrianopolis. There are a few more horses here. That's not growth though. Cows, cattle, uh, and and the farmer in the capital, which it's really wrong to improve your grain farmer in the capital first with a specialist. It's not always optimal, but it's never very wrong, let's say. And it would have helped in this case where there's not that much growth on the map. Can Rome even defend if Donor matches on Pompesia? It's a lot of ask. I think he would have to retreat. If he had founded champion, maybe, but he would have had to found champion here as well to be behind the river. There's a bit of a cocky settle there, going as forward as he could, rather than picking the most protective spot, which, to be clear, would still have granted him the gold and the gems and a decent position. But yeah, it's in front of your opponent. You can get a plus 50% defense from being champion and another plus 50% defense against melee from being behind the river. Go behind the river. Yeah, Droner knows. Well, he knows there are a few units that are around and could do stuff, but they're not the right one. Like spears into axes is suicidal, and he has a few more units, but they are far away, and he's not prioritizing them correctly. So I hope we won't see Mongrel snap snatch defeat from the jaws of victory here. That would be unfortunate. And he's stacking his workers. He's assuming that he can afford to spend additional orders to accelerate his production. I don't really agree with that. More settlers. A settler on the way here. And yeah, sure enough, having a city, making settler at all point, why not? But he delayed the military production of his champion spot. He's assumed that he was good enough with spears, and he's not. His opponent has gone for steel. He doesn't have military drill. He doesn't have steel. He doesn't have any hard-hitting stuff. So sure, you can do interesting military things thanks to logistics with biremes, but you need an army to transport first. So that's really that doesn't bite right now. So yeah, I'd like to see mid drill still. I know maybe you want to have something a bit more hard hitting, maybe even attempt mid drill composite bow, but get something safe. Get your fear status. You will have a force law opportunity, aristocracy, labor force, navigation. Oh, not yet. So there's quite a bit of mistiming. You would still need rhetoric after that to get it force law. And then I would say steel or sovereignty. Oh, Mongrel picked the turn timer, I believe. Yes. So finally saw the message. It's hard to follow, I believe. Perhaps that composite in the deck could have had in 10 turn. You'd probably gonna have gone that route instead of Labor Force. Is in Labor Force? It's looking for Labor Force at the moment. Sorry, I've been talking mostly about the game rather than what the players are doing. Alright. Alright. I should switch often. This is a clear-cut case for full-on retreat. Labor Force, yeah, but yeah, I agree with you there. Composite bow is where is it? Here. Composite bow would be better, no doubt. But that is decisive. He's still a skimmer. He can still buy orders. Has he done it? I don't think so. I don't think so. But it's exactly the right moment. You should be buying 10 orders every turn until you've won. Didn't back off. Mongrel didn't back off last game when he should have. Let's see if he learned a lesson there. We'll see. But that's 3 warriors instead of in front of 4 axemen. Just that would be enough. With a commander and a tactician, there are generals around. And then on top, well, he doesn't know there's a 5th axeman behind, but there's an Acadian archer. I'm pretty sure you can see that from his borders. There's one slinger to finish kill, what you call rounding arrows or the missing hit point. There's 2 militia that can block, protect the stronger unit, restrict the attack surface. And yeah, upgrading warriors to spears in front of axes is, yeah, I won't call that, well, I will call that a bad play actually. Not that upgrading warriors is stupid, but don't do it here. I mean, look how much they care. I mean, that's 9. That will be 10. Once adjacent to another axe. A slinger for fun, and it's done. And then you move in to the other one with your other axes, because you have 5 axes, not 2. And you bring more spears. That's just not correct. Warriors fare exactly the same as spears against well, fare the same as spears against axes. They don't have as much strength, but axes have a specific plus 25% bonus against pole arms, which includes spear. And 5 minus 25% is well, is a warrior, more or less. Not quite, but it's almost that. Sorry, catching up on chat. As the old saying goes, when you're not 100% sure, go for navigation. Yeah. Labor Force on the way. Fair enough. Labor Force is hardly a bad pick. But Composite Bow might have ended the game. But it's hard to identify that, so we see both sides, of course. Yeah, Nick Bab, Big Force from Babylon. Yeah. He was super, like, built a gambit early on, messed up his early expansion completely, lost his first unit without clearing the camp, went into Walker, into Militia to try to expand. Then got content on 4 cities. Then I think he completely panicked when he saw the borders of Rome reaching to him. And he went into overdrive military production for turns and turns and turns. And now the result is that Mongrel, you know what we say about overconfidence? Well, it is a slow and insidious killer. So he just spent an additional 50 training, 80 training, 50 iron and 50 wood on this warrior to still lose it. It doesn't matter that it's a spearman, it's still dead. And yeah, it feels bad. Yeah, he settled the city on the other side of the river. It's a bit arrogant, right? You are settling right in the face of your opponent. Sure, at that moment he was equal, really. He had a strong advantage where he went here when he put the center here, it was equal, but he didn't pick champion. He put the city on the other side of the... He's buying orders. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, nope, that's not the right... Yeah, he doesn't look to be. He's probably burning his training, but with a skimmer, you need to spend legitimacy. 105 legitimacy works, 10 more orders kills you. You can kill another unit. Attacking the city is a bad idea. Alright, so he's messing up now. You should be killing this spear. If it's not obvious to everyone, especially with a besieger unit. Attacking the city is something you do once you've killed all the units. And possibly after you've killed all the units, you chase anything that retreat, kill that too. Then even maybe take this one before this one. So your reinforcement will find this city along the way. We'll find isolated units at best if they manage to produce one. Cities are not a priority for attacks. The militia saw this spear before it moved. Yeah, but I mean, this one is on the right side of the river. You have a besieger that would get plus 25% on top hitting on it. So put another axe and do repeat what you did here. So you don't have a second commander, it won't be quite as efficient, but you can do better. Still, I'm pretty sure Rome identified that they are deep in it at the moment. They still show us similar, but their stuff is far away. Are starting to deal with rebels. Yeah, right. Bunch of units around your champion seat, but that's not your champion seat that is getting attacked. So I think Mongrel has shown overall a strong sense of the game. So I don't think this will be decisive. But he lost stuff around here, and he's going to lose more units before this is done, I'm pretty sure. Full on game, destruction. Alright, involuntarily I made a pun with bread and game, we would say in bread and circus. Or Spoked Wheel, Chancellor, is it tempted? Otherwise it's 10. Would you click citizenship, monasticism, or architecture here? I'm pretty sure I would pick Spoked Wheel for myself. I want something shorter term. Yeah, alright, so he's reacting. This guy is amphibious at least, so the militia is hurting. Slingers are trying to do their job without exposing themselves too much. Alright, the islander, so that's also a part of the deal here. But that guy should be toast by alright. Yeah, 7/7. Yeah, maybe not quite. Yeah, and he would need to... Is that a crippled general? That's only 2 fatigue points. No, that's 3. Am I not reading Zog correctly? 1, 2... Oh, 3. Yeah, no, I'm not reading Zog correctly. He can indeed go there. Wasting a little bit of orders. Unfortunate. Yeah, 45. I think he doesn't quite acknowledge the value of having the right unit. So he is not respecting that he has spears and his opponent has axes. So maybe you upgrade the spear on the city center because there the counter doesn't matter. The rest could remain warriors or should retreat behind the river and have slingers maybe if you want to make a stand. But honestly, I would probably have just made a stand in Faventia because it's a champion spot and the river isn't helping as much, sure, but still. Yeah, interesting to see how this develops. Yeah, exciting time. We had a great game. So Mongrel, who had a solid first showing. I believe it was his first MP game. I'm not entirely sure. Against PBM. He's now in the lower bracket. He went for strong expansion. Went with an intelligent tactician early on. Found the champion. Pushed forward. Took the center. Pushed right to the border of his opponent, which was allowed because on the other hand, Babylon was very greedy, I would say, funding artisans first, making some culture plays with gems and estates, and then he reassigned his gems elsewhere, which I disagree with. If you're going culture, go all out. Odeon, Shrine, but he never got the theater or the amphitheater, and he made barracks instead, which is baffling to me. If you're going to put culture, not barracks with estate, put your barracks elsewhere. He delayed the funding of his military city. He lost. This was completely botched. The first Barbarian camp. This was a free city spot. He lost his first slinger without clearing the camp. Had to convert worker to militia. Lost an additional militia. Finally cleared the camp with 2 militia here, 3 here, I believe. Well, 4 here, and that's where he lost another one. Then funded the city. Then started to catch up in economy, flatland mines, and everything. But then he saw his opponent, and at that point, if I take the story back up from Roman perspective, Rome was maybe a bit overconfident. They still had their tactician. They had when they reached here, they had 5 military units, and Babylon looked similar but with 4 militias. So they were actually significantly weaker in terms of actual assets. But when he was here, he wasn't so strong anymore, and he founded the city not as champion, which is still a decent recommendation on the front line, and not on his side of the river. So he was a bit overconfident in what he could afford to do as Rome, but didn't use the strength of Rome with the champion seat, and pushed forward for no great benefit. He would still have gotten the gems, the gold, easier connection with his champion spot if he had folded here. And then he kept his unit here and waited. But that's spooked Droner and Babylon into overdrive. They had a slight science edge. They went for military drill early. They picked steel. They upgrade all their wires. Suddenly they went from only militia as melee units to 4 wires. Upgraded everything to axemen. Made slingers. And now they're stronger. They look stronger. They have axes into spears. They have an Acadian archer. They have several slingers. They can afford to retreat troops, for God's sake, in the middle of an assault. And he did nothing. Alright, so I'm disappointing. If you're going to make an assault and move forward, next turn, alright, I understand you have Islander, but that's not a reason not to move forward. And you want to kill this guy. This guy deserves to die. He's a spear in front of your axes. Do not let them get away with that. And then the third axe, yeah, he barely has a force march, so maybe that's what's happening there. But that guy shouldn't be allowed to leave. After that, you cross the river, go after the slingers, and that shouldn't stand, right? You have range superiority, axis against spear. So we'll see. I completely disagree with just like standing where he is and moving a few. Well, grouping units is good, so I can see his points. I would have liked to see him do that before pulling the trigger, before moving into city territory, but it certainly makes an amount of sense. Alright, now it's MongrelEyes turns to react. He's pushing slinger. So he's making military units again. He's walking on the road through the hills, precisely the one I asked for. Interesting. Dealing with rebels on the way, but not delaying too much before going to the front line. And yeah, trying to hold with spears against axes. I cannot really accept it, but I suppose if his opponent is a bit passive, doesn't move in, lets him fully fortify, it will be painful to dislodge. But oh, and he established veneration. Who's there? So we are seeing veneration to deal with his rebels, and I would call it a good pick. Um, that's they are playing on modest, right? Yes, so that removed the rebel spawn chance from his cities, barring religious dissent or other reasons. So very good, the pick on veneration. That's a lot of civics though, adopting a state religion and veneration at this point. But yeah, we'll see what to do. Ooh, oh, all right, he's doing it. So okay, 3 axes indeed, killed another spear. I wonder if Mongrel will get the hint that you cannot really stand against your counter. You cannot really stand with chariots against spears. You cannot really stand with spears against axes. We'll see. But the message should be clear. Please don't tell me you'll forget to use your Arcadian archers on the city, for instance, or here, to damage everything a little bit. Buying an order, so alright, he's going to move forward with it, I assume. And let's see, is he following up? I don't know what he's doing here, but yeah, more warrior. Conceal. He wants the training, I assume. Yeah, he moved in and attacked. Alright, good. Nice to see. Yeah, he can buy orders. He can buy orders with legitimacy, and he's not doing it. I've mentioned it a few times already. Early on, that would have been greatly beneficial, and especially when you are moving in an attack. If you're lucky enough to still have your founder on the throne at 63, you should be buying order, definitely. He's cruel. Alright, that's cruel on him. Let me read these traits a bit more comfortably. Cruel, stressed, but witty, inspiring. So that's witty. I wasn't identifying correctly early on. Plus charisma, plus wisdom, and a gambler. All right. Rome's taking the hint. Retreated 1 spear. Retreated 2 spears. All right. So Mongrel seems to be learning. Very easy to forget abilities like that. You mean the order buying with skimmers? Yes, but yeah, I'm not like blaming them for their mistakes. To be clear, I'm just saying if you're going to do that again, pay attention to this, that. I'm trying to provide constructive feedback essentially. I think in the tournament, a lot of these abilities that even in the MP community is talking about them and showcasing them, and someone will make an argument for buying orders with legitimacy. There are many players who are primarily single player focused who will not quite buy the argument, right? Because it's easy to focus on the long term and to say, yes, but what I want is to have the absolute strongest empire I can build in 200 turns. And they don't really care that the game could end before and all that, and they're happy using settings that let them develop that way. So you don't think about that. All right, I can get you on board, Salva. It's easy to get trapped by that. When you face it in multiplayer, then you understand. Then you understand timing. You understand that maybe those 5 turns spending on bonus cards early on. No, you almost have the counter. The enemy is knocking in with hoplites and you almost have a status, but it's too late. That those 5 turns matter, and if you make a detour here and a detour there and all that, it's losing. But it's not something you can ignore when you play multiplayer. It's right up in your face. Whereas in single player, you can you can delude yourself regarding the mechanics, and you can not buy in. And it's shameful, right? That Rome is so much stronger in others. Well, they picked robust and all that, but that's very strong. And the military score is still way ahead for Babylonia. However, they are taking the city. I share your understanding there, Alcaraz. And just wait a second while I'm getting our good solver on board. So I'm going to give you a call.
Yeah, oh, let's see if I manage to do this again.
Yeah, I believe you are on stream live. So is solver voice clear for you in chat? Jesus is loud. Yes, I had Cyan requesting to make him louder yesterday. So I believe Cyan is casting something else at the
Oh,
moment. So if someone else shares the opinion, I will lower a little bit the amount of the outrageous gain I put on your sound yesterday.
yeah, that was Scientific was complaining yesterday,
Yeah.
and I just spent the last 5 minutes digging around my desk to see if I have anything wired to wear, and apparently I do. So,
All right.
uh,
So I lowered your sound a bit. Uh, if anyone can provide feedback in chat, dear viewers, to tell us if Solver is still loud and clear for you.
there's no need to ask people to complain. People will generally complain if they only can. I think, right?
Oh, no, no,
Uh,
no. They are super happy to
well,
have you, so they are ready to lie if necessary. Alcaraz is saying, seems fine. Fluffy confirmed, sounds good to me. So
thank
this is
you.
good enough.
So,
And Nizar, I will mention that I am called Nolex Kitten in the community and not Jesus. Um, all right, so full fallback
I
from
did
Rome.
miss the first 40 or so turns of the game, so I've been watching for the past 20 minutes so here, and I definitely joined at about the time when action started.
Hmm.
And it is a lot of action.
Did you have a little bit of a summary about the earlier part of the game? Because we've had
I don't,
viewers joining, so I've summarized a bit. So I don't know if you caught one or not
yeah,
yet.
yeah, I heard the gist of that, and we cannot be summarizing again because we do have quite a lot of action going on. The city is, well, not falling, but about to fall. Maybe let's
Yeah,
see.
you'd be surprised what I would dare do to contradict someone if I feel like it. But yes, we can comment on the action. I think yeah, the city is conclusively Babylonian at this point. The token
It
slinger
it
is not
will
going
not
to
be
do anything.
falling. So this is that bit we were talking about with the buying orders because he just attacked with a slinger which uses his last order, and he definitely has enough troops to, yeah, capture the city if he buys some more orders.
Yeah, to do a lot more, definitely. Well, he will get the city next turn, if not now. But it's a bit unfortunate that he let the slinger escape. I think they can escape at the moment. I'm not sure. Yes, because the river is protecting them from the zone of control from the northern axemen. That's what's happening. If it needs explaining, I do hope Mongrel will save his slinger. Um, it's maybe not awesome fleeing, but the city is falling. There's no doubt now, so you don't need to lose a unit on top. Uh, yeah, we're not very professionally set up, so I don't know how good the microphone is for Solver.
Yeah, we're completely unprofessional, like the apotheosis of unprofessionality.
Absolutely. We, when we get to stream, we are the one getting influenced. It's to say or unprofessional we are at this. Um, Alright, more attacks. He's saving his slinger indeed, so I'm happy to see that. Walls will be completed in Favencia, but on the other hand, he doesn't have the benefit of the river. I hope he's scrambling additional troops. He's been working on at least the start of a road from his champion seat toward his front line earlier. He's already fortifying Vedoncio, which is probably prudent, because he still doesn't have anything good against Axis, so he's going to have Spoked Wheel next turn. But horses are few and far between. He has some in his Statesman seat, none in his champion seat, and period. He could get some in his third champion city, I believe, in the center. In Favencia, there are horses there, so he could potentially make chariot, but no possibility to rush. This is a weak city for now, and it might well be too busy repairing to do that. So only Statesman city will be able to produce chariots as he gets to Spoked Wheel. So they could do a lot, chariots. There's still no spear on board on the other side, but he's very threatened already. So we'll see if they can come in time and where the front will stabilize. I trust he will be. He will fall back. He will be willing to even abandon this walled city if necessary to continue the game. And the armies, the discrepancy in strength is not huge. It's just the composition is exactly what Babylon needs to counter what Rome has. So have to do more. He has 3 laws, so no status in sight. And we are back.
Do you have a guess for why Droner for Babylonia, he is building councils in his capital and in his artisan?
I'm not entirely sure. My guess is that he wants training for I don't know what. He has a very low bank of training, so even a single force march or additional order might do things. All right, he took the city.
He's taken the city now.
Rimswind, the skimmer scouts are always hidden. It's very simple. They are, okay. They show when you want to block a city side with them. That's the only case, because if they were hidden, they couldn't do that. Yeah, Babylon seems to be chasing, and I like that. They are crossing the. Well, I hope it's a Rubicon directly.
A bit like he was about to chase, move on to the next city as well, but then he out. So that was probably not really giving chase. It was maybe getting some additional sight. Also, he is now consolidating his forces around the seized city.
Well,
which might be why, since he doesn't really have that much of orders income to immediately give chase the same turn.
Yeah, well, he could by order once again, but he has a scout directly in Favencia, so he has a pretty good idea about the disposition of the enemy forces, so he could do stuff. But I really like that he's moving things together, that he's keeping his forces grouped, making a pack that Rome cannot move into, and he's really forcing his opponent to react. And yeah, I like that. That's solid play. Force concentration, I believe. Scientific touched on the concept recently, and that's very much what's needed to fight, to have proper army versus army, and that's what's going on at the moment, and I like that from Dorner.
That frontline city is, though, about to also be hit by raiders from the south, so it could find itself facing a simultaneous attack from Babylonia and raiders.
Yeah, well picked, Fluffy and Solver. Raiders are coming in from this spot. Lucky enough, with a normal tribe level, there are many barbarian sites, so they are a bit pesky, and sometimes they can wander in their territory, but they don't like form raids, groups of units walking toward you intently. So we haven't seen too many raids. Here only the Numidians are able to do that, so only this spot in the south. and I assume Rome is the only eligible target for them, but I don't know for a fact. So
Yeah, well, they can if you mouse over those raiding units, are ready to
yeah,
see who they're raiding. You see.
yes. But I mean, this time they are raiding Rome, but I think even I'm not sure they are even eligible to potentially be raiding Babylonia, at least until. Yeah, I don't know actually. Maybe Opis is in range, at extreme range, but yeah.
Yeah, they should not be eligible to raid Babylonia because from where they are, at least assuming the same
Hmm.
diplomacy state, then they should be picking the closest target.
Whoa, they pick the
But,
closest target every time. Is that how it
well,
works? Or
they pick the closest target if you have the same opinion. So your
okay,
opinion
okay.
modifies what the distance counts. But yeah,
Hmm.
if
It's very handy
since
having you around to clarify mechanics. I check
in
and
this case
forget.
the Numidians are angry with both players, so it's the same opinion, which
Yep,
means that yeah, they are going to be raiding Rome.
very clear. All right. Yeah, thank you for the pointer. We'll see what happens now. Raised in religion, I assume he's trying to sort through his events. Yeah, minor event to pick a religion for his heir. Oh, he's continuing his road. I like that. So that's good. On Mongrel from Adrianopolis to Vedancio, insisting on spearmen. I'm not so sure. I think I would be tempted to
Well,
go warrior because they're cheaper, quicker to produce. He has solid training in the bank, and he can hope to get military drill and ultimately steal and be able to fight with to get back into the arms race essentially. Rhetoric against food boost, coinage, forestry. I think I agree with this pick. He wants the force law. That will be probably his the big save he can access to. He still needs the tech, add up the law, and then get strongholds. So he has a garrison in his capital. But that might be the only one. No, he has one in his champion city. I like that. Another one in the landowner city. Vedancio, that is getting close to the front now. Oh, this I'm not too sure about. These are axes, so it's still very bad for spears to move into them, but they feel a bit split at the moment. Babylonia is on the move again, though, so applying pressure. Yeah,
Bologna is moving in, yeah, at least a little threatening. Rome is fortifying those spearmen, so we'll see. He does need to move a unit back into the city because right now the capturing is actually paused as no Babylonian unit is in the city. Uh, no, he did not notice that, so he ended the
yeah,
turn
it is a little bit
without the unit.
awkward. Or he prioritized moving in and his strength, force, coordination over capturing the city, which I might not disagree with. You should absolutely, by orders, put the militia there and move more units from the back line toward the front, occupy the hills with his slingers and everything. We'll see if he's in time. The raiders
Yeah,
are
the
helping him
raiders
though.
are hitting, and the Babylonian scout can see that, so he can see the closest raiders. He does now know that he has this unexpected raider help. Now let's see what Rome is doing now on his turn. The heir has been assigned to study tactics, which is a most reasonable choice here.
Oh, thank you for checking on the characters. I rarely find the luxury of even checking the family opinions, but his landowner are hungry at the moment, and his sages are upset. The Claudius and the Julius, respectively. Fabi are positive, but they are not pleased. So yeah, it's not a great sight. Interestingly, he's chopping forests for his slingers, where there's an Acadian archer on the other side. So I can't say that I agree with that choice. So he's denying forest on the other side, of course, while keeping his. But Yeah, still I'm not sure it's going to do that much. I would rather prioritize finishing his roads and advancing units from the back line. Uh, but it's a decent thing. You are still
Oh, there,
delimiting.
there goes the road. Yeah,
Yeah.
he moved up a bit on the road. He did upgrade one more unit to a spear. So yeah, definitely, definitely head in the game. Another event. Yeah, sorting through his events.
Yeah, it seemed to be
Think.
a somewhat minor religious pick, a little bit of opinion bonus. Oh, lots
Yeah,
of
what
chat.
he the bonus he needs for the religions would be the Roman pagan, because that's why two families are upset, is because Roman paganism is at -63 opinion.
Oh, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
with with a
important to
religion head
note.
who is at -60, so due to the different archetypes, so not very fortunate religion head there.
Oh, yeah, hero versus builder, painful. Uh, yeah, I swear, it sometimes feels like there's something in the game that gives you a patriarch or matriarch of your opposite archetype. There's zealot when you're scholar, and suddenly they're all scholar when you're a zealot. Uh, I dug for it. I promise you, dear viewership, there's no such line of code in old world, but it can damn sure feel like it sometimes.
Turn ended, back to Babylonia. Ooh, he gets the Golden Jubilee event, so his king has been ruling for 50 years. Can that be so?
Yeah, I will have to.
Because he is 66. Did he start at 16?
No, I don't think so. He had a
Uh,
full archetype and trait, so unless I'm mistaken,
oh,
he was 18.
oh, it just 50 turns, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
on turns. That event is looking at turns, and it is still the starting leader. So yeah, the Golden Jubilee event does make sense then.
Yeah, I'm afraid I will have to let you comment on events happening on the Babylon side because I have a hard time parsing them. If I spend 10 minutes, I can maybe deduce from my memory which event it is, but I do not read Russian, so it's difficult for me to parse as efficiently as from the Roman perspective. And I apologize to our Russian players or other players using languages I don't understand. It biases me when the opponent is English speaking, or I suppose French. I haven't seen that yet. To use the opponent view a bit more because it makes it easier to pass the game for me. So sorry about that.
Well,
Uh,
I'm sure you can identify like every tech and every build anyway without needing the text.
yeah,
Yeah.
yes, techs and builds, units, yeah, sure, improvements. But traits is a bit tricky. Sometimes you did it subtle, and I misidentified one early on in the game. I saw +1 wisdom, +1 charisma, and I thought humble, but humble is wisdom and discipline, and it was actually witty, that is charisma and wisdom. So
Ooh, ooh.
I'm not always exactly on point either. Let's not exaggerate.
So this is interesting. He does have another rebel axeman at the artisan seat spawned, and over there is a promoted militia. So
Oh.
he's attacking. He just killed a Roman spear this turn, but at the same time he is in trouble at home because he just doesn't have any units to kill those rebels, which are quickly.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I don't
turn
really
back
like
to
the militia upgrade.
turn
Is
back
going to
to
just die as a consequence, and that's
yeah.
60 training down the drain.
That that is a bit questionable.
And I would
So
like to
turn
see
is back to
roads.
Rome.
Yeah, Fluffy is right. I would like to see roads from the Babylonian side as well. I'm pretty sure he has labor force. Let me check again. He does. So he could make roads, and
But
that would
what
help
I think
sustain his effort as well.
workers might be the biggest difference right now. So
Yeah.
Babylonia just has two workers because one has been upgraded to a militia. I think it was a
Hmm.
worker, while Rome has that's I think 11 workers active, uh, and that is of course a difference. Let's see. trying to attack some of those Babylonian units. Will he be able to get a kill somewhere? He does kill a commander axeman.
Yeah, a bit superior tactical play there. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not sure. Maybe
that
the turn
commander
timer
axeman was
intervened,
also not
but
adjacent to any others, so yeah, it is a bit better tactics on the Roman side, I think.
yeah, indeed. And attacking with the Acadian for 1 hit point, Fluffy eyes are. Fluffy's complaining in the chat. So Fluffy is asking me explicitly to tell him that the Acadian didn't attack the spear for 1 HP. So I'm going to tell that. He didn't
But
just use the Acadian to use a 1 HP spear, but you don't have to believe me. I'm sorry.
but I will say, Fluffy, that yes, it did. So while no legs can tell you that it did not, I will say yes, it did. Fortunately.
Yes.
So he does kill one of those annoying raiders as well, and a few orders left. He's now thinking about how to use them. Oh, he does move the chariot closer up, which is now, I think, yeah, it is now in range to fight next
He
turn.
got his chariot
So,
out. Important to note,
yeah,
very
yeah.
recently.
So it is now in range, and next turn it might be routing if everything is still set up for a route. We'll see.
Yeah, he's insanely rich, so he can definitely queue another chariot, get ready with his walkers in position to start strongholds next turn in Roma, in Adrianopolis, Adrianopolis, sorry. In Favencia seems a bit arrogant to be starting a stronghold at the moment. I don't believe that's the best play, but we'll see what he does.
And nice with a final order, a general assignment there on the spare near Favencia city center. That's again a good general, since already adjacent to another spear. Yeah.
Yeah, solid commander. Commanders are. I like my commanders. I'll stay there.
Commanders are good as long as you remember to actually use that adjacency. That's a very nice bonus you get up, which applies everywhere. Defense, offense, anything. It's a very good general bonus. Okay, back to Babylonia with some 19 or so.
I hope they'll kill. Yeah, they can kill 2 spears, no problem, if they really want to. So, well, they can definitely kill the one on the forest, and yeah, with the besieger axeman hit the one close to the city. Apply the hero to it as well, and then it can be finished with ranged attacks. The Acadian getting slightly closer, hitting the city to prevent it from rushing. Well, it's weak anyway, and the unit behind a little bit token damage, but token damage is better than no damage, and then finish up with a slinger or anything else. And I think that doesn't even use all his axemen attacks, so I could retreat the Sage one that's hurt to the city. To be noted, the advanced militia, so he's resumed capturing the city behind. Alright, he's sacrificing an axe instead, which, well, fair, will work. But he has a fully healed one with Besieger that would be perfectly appropriate to go there as well, and his Acadian can finish the kill, no problem, without exposing such a hurt unit so far forward. So, and here, what was that, Acadian? Yeah, okay, I agree. But I would have liked the use of the other axe to avoid losing the one he advanced.
And he advances
alright, he's
another
going
one
through the forest, yeah.
So this is, I think, it's maybe not a perfectly executed attack, but this is fine.
Yeah.
He killed 2 spares and he got some, but the problem now is that those 4 axes are standing in a really nice formation, square formation, and there is a Roman chariot on the field, which Babylonia does not see. So
Indeed.
There is a possibility of routing all 4 axemen, I think, with some
All
careful.
4 I think is a bit too much. He has only 1 spear left. He's going to get a bit harassed by the tribesmen in the interturn, and the slingers will have a hard time. 3 of the 4 axes are in cover, 2 in forest for minus 50% damage from range, and 1 in scrubs for minus 25%. So I don't think we will see a full route. And this,
No, probably not. You're right. But 3 of those axes are damaged, so we could see a route.
yeah, 1 maybe
In
2
any case.
is definitely on the cards. Yes, that could happen. Um,
And he just ended his turn and lost that militia at the artisan seat at Opus that he had upgraded. So
yeah.
yeah,
He,
domestic situation not looking good, I would say, for Babylonia. And
he retreated his slinger and will at least not lose his unit and be able to blink the axeman slowly. Unfortunately, no time to attack, but yeah, he's really hurting for orders. So I think he's correct in pushing his advantage, and taking a city back will definitely help. If he can take the center, that would be quite a coup. As I said earlier, this city is very central in terms of territory and grants a lot of map control just through vision. It grants awesome intelligence to Rome at the moment.
it's a very interesting turn now. Probably he got rhetoric, and now some very interesting attacks to me. He did get rhetoric, but he doesn't have the civics for that 4th law yet, so no 4th law this turn.
And yeah, with that in mind, I think I would pick the fur. Not that I want the fur, but I want to reroll I want to redraw to get access to the civics boost, to sovereignty for civics boost. As the next steps, civics will help to adopt the law, to manage the empire in general, of course, and to maybe rush chariot, which might well be needed in the not too distant future.
Yeah, because monasticism is pretty useless in this case. Architecture is too long-term a play. Citizenship could be useful, but 9 turns is
I think
too
they're all
long.
great techs, but 9 turns is too long term. It's as simple as that, really. So I mean, citizenship.
And
Citizenship,
there
yeah,
comes the chariot. Let's see. 1 axe down.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so
It looks like he might not use his spear, and I understand that there's a bit of a fortification bonus. They're not great against axes anyway, but he doesn't have enough slingers to do super decisive damage. He's hit the slinger in the north, but he's a bit far away to finish it. He could with
yeah,
3 more
he
moves.
does move the
Oh
spear.
yeah,
He
yeah.
does move it. Attacking the hero axe. Uh, what else does he need? He needs
I think he should kill the slinger in the north just because he can kill it. He doesn't have enough to finish the axe anyway, so or maybe I'm wrong. If we see,
yeah, I don't see how to finish that axe either, but he can absolutely kill the slinger in the north with 2 slingers. 1 more spear would be really game-changing in this situation, but it's not available.
yeah, he's having rebels too. I have to note in Vedancio there's a spearman that spawned.
Yeah,
It's on the wrong side of the river, and the city has walls, but it will still hampering. So
did finish off that slinger. Yeah,
yeah, good. That's better than just not finishing another unit, even if you inflict
hopefully
more damage
he still
total.
remembers he has an attack on the chariot available, even if there's no more routing than
Yeah, as
the
well as on the slinger that is guarding the city. So yeah, he's remembering. I can see him moving another slinger around. Mill score graph update. Yes, yes, of course, my good Fluffy. Yeah, so Babylon that took some hit, lost a unit, but Rome is that's the start of a shark fin. Yeah, so a sharp drop in military strength. So it looks like Drona might be well, definitely winning the first assault. Rome has overtaken Babylon on science, though, so they will start to catch up. They are now 45 to 37 science. And orders, these are the stats I follow the most, of course. That's 29 orders on Rome side for 18 on Babylon side, which wouldn't be so dramatic if Jonah remembered that he can just buy orders, uh, but he hasn't so far. You can still move. Still 7 order left in Roma. You can still use them to use Walker, but it's too late to use his route attack or his slinger that is guarding the city in Faventia. And yeah, the counter, the chariot dies immediately, and the spear is probably dead too.
I'm not sure what's going on because it seems like, at least on my screen, it seems like Rome ended the turn without picking a research, which
I think they just got caught by the turn timer. They still have 7 orders. They haven't resolved an event.
it was, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, 7 turns, all right. So yeah, that was the timer then.
And Babylon, by contrast, seems to be done with their orders with 2 minutes 40 left to spend. They're
Well,
probably
there's
looking,
not so many orders, unfortunately for them.
yeah, no training to buy anymore, so they are looking sadly at the Axeman Rebel that they cannot blink with their slinger. That in itself will take quite a bit of time to get rid of. That's divided 6 turn, I believe.
Did they get a plus 40 opinion with the sages from an event, which is helpful. At least now they're upset and not angry, but yeah, still. And the hunters being in plus 1 opinion, so still very serious opinion problems for Babylonia. New turn. Oh, and there is a
Yeah,
flood in Babylonia,
yeah, and
which
their pagan archetype, the pagan patriarch hates
yeah,
them.
absolutely
Their
hates them.
commander, yeah.
Absolutely hates them. Estranged and yeah. Uh, wait,
That's
how
an
is that
opposite
possible? So
trait, I believe. Ruthless against compassionate,
no,
maybe.
that's proud, but the
Oh, proud.
-40
Yeah.
is a war with others following Babylonian paganism. Who is following Babylonian paganism?
Oh,
Oh,
did
the
that even
Numidians
happen?
are. The,
But
the
why?
Numidians are following Babylonian paganism, which is giving him a -40 opinion. Uh,
Oh.
so this is something that for our listeners will no longer be the cases of the next update. So tribes will not be allowed to adopt pagan religions. Period. They will only be adopting world religions. Uh,
Yeah.
because it's well, there is a reason why the Numidians are following paganism here, but it doesn't really feel like it makes a lot of sense. Oh, and in another important development, the Babylonian king is also doomed. Uh,
All right. So yeah, that's important to note. The Babylonian king is still the founder. Has been on the throne forever for
it,
69.
it,
Losing him
it,
will widen the gap in order protection because he will
yeah.
take the legitimacy hit.
And
Uh,
the heir is 7 years old, so there will be a regency. Worst. Now let's see what's going on with the action here.
yeah, in Rome the opinions are not much better with 2 families that are hungry. He's counter-attacking, I believe, at the moment. Yes. So he dealt with one more axe. So that's good at least. He's no very slinger heavy. There's only a single spear on the field. And yeah, he managed to block the forest and prevent Babylonia from getting there. So it seems it's now time to retreat for Babylonia, even if they inflicted solid damage. They are losing
Oh,
another axe. The last one is blocked by zone of control, cannot retreat. But
there is, Kitten, one point you'll have to make about
mm,
first going through events on your turn. And here we can note that Rome does have a pending event for this northmost spearman. Has converted to Zoroastrianism and is eligible for a free promotion, so he could have
indeed,
picked a free promotion before attacking with that spear. Could have picked a strike or
indeed, and
so.
as a pick of ambition as
And
well.
it is often beneficial to sort the events out before doing other things.
Indeed, indeed. I wonder if you will pick on the auto pick by the AI for his tech choice at the end
See,
of last turn,
two
and
axes killed, and he just finished the road to Vesontio, so that city is now connected by road. There is a rebel chariot by the statesman's seat.
but you just rushed a spearman in Adrianopolis. He might not need it immediately at the front line because his slingers will.
Kitten, you might have muted yourself because I'm not hearing you say
Oh
anything
yes,
if you're
sorry, I'm not.
talking.
I'm not pressing my push to talk. So actually, the stream is hearing me, but I forgot to share with you what I was saying. So yeah, I expect
Well,
Babylon to move
it,
back. Essentially, they have to leave their axemen because it's locked. But the city is now theirs. They can heal there. They can go back with their Akkadian, their slingers. There's no superiority in Roman force here.
yeah, absolutely.
So
And here it is. So the Babylonian king is dead. The 7-year-old wants to take the throne. In my experience with 7-year-olds, that would be an outrageously bad idea, which is why there is a forced regency event. So it is the artisan family head becomes the regent. She's also a schemer.
yeah, that helps slightly with opinions, I believe, because it will reset the never had a leader on the throne from
Yeah,
their family, so the regency is sometimes helpful with that. By contrast, the heir, the actual heir themselves is sages, so that will also reset the counter for sages when they access the throne. So sometimes there is a bit of a blessing in disguise with regency when you get a child ruler. So yeah, some good may
oh,
yet come out of that. I think I would have liked
he will be
another
able, I
hunter
think, to
city,
fix.
but yeah.
He will be able to fix the sage's opinion because there is an event, one of the events that offers some
Oh, fantastic.
opinion boost for sages. So Babylonian opinion situation will be, this one is plus 80, and 80
Yeah,
opinion goes a long way to fixing things, of course.
absolutely. Yeah, that's a great event. And I didn't realize, but there's only one family. Only the artisans are following paganism. And did he only make shrines in his artisan seat? I believe he did. He went for. All right. So Babylon set of shrine is often considered maybe not the best, but among the better ones. But he made only a single shrine in his artisan family. So I was wondering if we might see a Zoroastrian race. Of course, we didn't. Uh, but yeah, there's not
Yeah.
that much pagan presence in his territory anyway. Yeah, the schema would still help him maintain decent research, but it still fell to 29. So I assume it's
Yeah.
the gap is drastic now.
And he ended his turn by leaving one of the axemen here. The rebels on the raiders on their turn, they do kill a Roman worker, so a possible misplay there by Mongrel that he allowed one of those workers to be killed. That's the worker that was there on the hill with the mine.
Yeah, although I would prioritize fighting my opponent over raiders, but ideally you wouldn't lose a walker indeed, or you need
Yeah, sure,
raiders.
sure. But he did have the opportunity to withdraw that worker, even if it was just hiding him in the city.
Yes.
So, and it's absolutely worth, of course, saving in order so that Axeman will be gone.
I don't know if he's killing this turn. It's still in the forest, so maybe that's a lot of slingers. So surely he's dead and cannot attack once more. Just swap to the Roman perspective. I'm curious if he will use his spear just freshly out of his championship to deal with the rebel chariot in Brixia. He also has a rebel warrior in his capital.
Yes, the rebels are seeing a lot of action.
Indeed, indeed, and rebels are still very relevant into the game. I would argue. Um, okay. Finally, moving his walker in Favancia, starting that horse pasture. I assume he will push his road forward when he can send his walker there without losing them to spearmen and rebels. He did indeed move back with his spear to deal with the chariot. He will be able to kill it next turn. It might look like he's missing a hit point to do that, but the chariot will attack, presumably. And if it does, it will take one hit point of counter-attack damage. Because it's a melee unit, and so the spear should be able to finish the job next turn. If the rebel pillage or do something like that, maybe not, but if they attack, that will be possible.
It's an interesting situation for this tournament so far, in that Babylonia has taken a city, it's conquered a city, but despite that, I would say Rome is here in a stronger position. So because of just being stronger economically at home, and
Yeah,
the
indeed.
Babylonian situation is not looking very strong in the long term. So the longer this goes on, the more trouble there might be from insufficient workers and low family opinions.
Indeed.
That Babylonia is suffering from. Also, those constant councils in the artisan city. Councils can, of course, be very useful, but I think there could have been other more useful builds.
Yes, indeed. And on the other hand, I forgot my ID that will teach me to try to answer people on Discord as well. But yeah, the attack was bloody on both sides. They both lost many units. I will go over the stats in a moment. But a large part of the strength of Babylon moving in is that they had exactly the right unit mix: axemen against spears, and that's no longer true anymore. That's mostly slingers on both sides now. Most of the spears have been wiped out, but most of the axes have been wiped out as well. And Rome is now on the way to citizenship. I don't love that. Sure, that's your force law, but you already have a force law unlocked. What you really need civics, you would get that from sovereignty than civics boost. Sovereignty is cheaper, quicker to achieve than citizenship by half. So I would have picked the fur. I would have come back and changed the tech pick. And science both took a dip, but Babylonia took the larger dip, going back up a little bit with schema. I believe that's the main change between turn 54 and turn 55. But still, Rome is now catching up on Babylon, slowly in tech. still going to the stats screen. The technology discovered are now 14 to 13, so neck and neck. Slightly more advanced tech probably from Babylonia, but not by much. They unlocked composite bow recently, and I wonder if they'll be doing something with that. No, they didn't unlock it. They just opted for it, but it's still 7 years out. Rushing Warrior in the capital, going for walls in their backline, trying to deal with the rebels with militia. Trying to get an
He just
officer.
popped those two militia from the conscript prisoners event. Opted two militia there, and the flood is still here. This is one of the problems with having a low worker count, because the flood has pillaged. What has it pillaged? 1, 2, 3, 4 improvements pillaged by the flood, and then there's a fifth pillaged by the rebel acts.
Yeah, unfortunate, and yeah, still a little bit disjointed play getting the officer. I understand it's for the research, but getting barracks and officers in a city with an early estate is maybe not the most coherent approach.
Okay, that flood is over, and we're back to Rome. Let's see what happens on this turn. Oh no, the heir has a problem. Fell off the horse. That famous horse, who has killed more heirs in Old World than anybody else.
Oof.
I think the horse might be the deadliest member of the Old World community, after Fluffy at least. So let's see if she
can kill or
survives
cripple.
that.
The beautiful Princess Camilla, tactic student, is indeed dealing with Nemesis. Alright, consolidation on Rome side. I fully expect there will be military in in all of his cities. So we have one slinger in production, two spearmen, two spearmen, one warrior, and one chariot. So solid reinforcement, even if it still won't. Well, Astatus, I believe, even more than Axis, of course, they're better. But yeah, even if citizenship unlocks a law, he's not taking the shorter path toward Astatai.
I would also really like him to clean up eventually those Numidian sites, which are just producing raiders, and will of course continue doing so indefinitely until they're dealt with one way or another.
Yeah, and that's a better job for Spears, of course, than facing Axis. So, well, he still has two spears in production. One will be completed next turn in his capital, the other in his champion city in 4 turns. And he has one on the front still, so he should be able to deal with those Numidians, the raiders first, and then maybe dare move out if seems to be calmed down with Droner. Interestingly, Droner has moved his scout further inside or toward Roman territory, keeping an eye on the reinforcement pass at Vedoncio, or possibly they've been chased from their forest by Roman units. I'm not quite sure how they got there exactly. Favoncia is almost connected, just one segment of road missing to get to the river that goes up to Vedoncio, but not quite. This marble quarry is improved, but there's no road there yet.
And in an equally interesting development, we do have pyramids started.
Oh yeah, first wonder of the game, I believe. That was started. No, they were the hanging garden way earlier. So
It
yeah,
does have the hanging gardens, and the pyramids will of course be helpful for adopting laws when he does not have so many civics, so those savings will be significant.
absolutely. But it's still 11 years out. So yeah, he might have
He does
200
have a
civics by then.
builder.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
does have a
absolutely.
builder,
Yeah,
so
yeah. No, it's It's not far
I
off at all. Yeah, sure,
I
absolutely.
definitely hope it's less than 11 turns.
Hmm. Yeah, that's nice, and that's also consolidating his VP lead. It's currently 6 cities to 5, but he has a decent VP advantage with a wonder completed on top, and definitely better position overall with control of the central city. Keeps the awesome vision from there. Sees that the army of his opponent is still apparently anywhere around Pompaleo. He can see 2 of the slingers, not everything. Um, so probably a bit reluctant to move out. We might probably deal with the Numidian raider from the comfort of his city territory, but after that I expect he will go down south and clear the camp. Maybe not immediately, but when consolidation and healing is done. Any new wonders? So yes, pyramid, scientific, and that's it for now. There's Necropolis, Jebel Barkal, Ziggurat, Mausoleum, Colossus, Museum, Circus Maximus, Pantheon, Hagia Sophia, Heliopolis, and Colosseum in the game. So some very heavy hitter, but mostly at strong and legendary levels. There's no way I believe Rome can catch up to the Babylonian artisan seat. But that's not super efficient either. So yeah, the Axeman dealing with the rebels now. This will get quicker. He should really repair all his improvement. Each of them is an opinion penalty for artisans. That's part of their family preferences.
Babylonia played that last turn so quickly that I wasn't even really able to comment on anything going on there.
Yeah,
Very,
yeah. There are
very
big
quick play there.
discrepancies in the rapidity of players playing. So that's part of why it's sometimes hard to switch to player perspectives accurately. And I know I'm not the most diligent with that. It was a bit tough this game to get in any kind of rhythm because I stayed in simultaneous turn for a very long time. But yeah, I will try to pay better attention.
He has stacked workers on the pyramids, so pyramids are speeding up.
All right, 3 for now. Probably the one improving the pasture at the moment will get there as well next turn. So we might yet see it switch from 3 to 2 at that point.
I would say that's not even critical, so in this situation, saving another turn on the pyramids doesn't make that much of a difference.
Yeah, the order advantage is starting to make a big difference, I believe. It's quite a discrepancy now between Rome and the Rolonia. I assume with the pastures in the more advanced cities, garrisons he's been building. I don't think he's robust anymore. He's been for a short time. Yes, he is robust. So he also has a robust leader. So quite a strong order advantage. He can do more at war. He can do more at peace, and that's very significant. Possibly more than catching up in research at the Aston. And at the end of the day, military score, he successfully punished Babylonia very harshly, but he still took heavy losses. So at the moment, there's still a short lead on the Babylonian side in terms of pure unit strength. Yeah, that order graph is very significant. So I agree. It's game making. That's why I think I believe Salva is correct in saying that Rome still has a strong advantage despite the setback. Early aggression was punished, losing a city, gifting a settler to his opponent, even essentially, and then getting knocked back 2 notches with his army, but he managed to push them back by inflicting quite a bit of damage. He killed, I believe, 3 of these axemen, maybe more, and a scattering of other units. So he's in a strong position still.
Let's see what's going on for Babylonia. So again, their turn means two cities getting flanked by rebels. So those are also annoying.
Yeah. He repaired another farm, so that's another little bit of opinion for the artisans. They are minus
Yeah,
58 now, so it's getting better. Something happened with paganism.
recovering
I
from
believe
that
this is
flood, yes.
the regent. It's the same matriarch, but they have way better relation with them, not estranged anymore. So his opinions are getting fixed.
Yeah, and he picked commerce for the rightful heir. Because if you have a rightful heir, then you still pick a study field for them.
No courtier to tutor, unfortunately, but he might get extra agency. It still sometimes happen when you have a child ruler, even with a regent on the throne, that you get additional events that give you a chance to pick from 3 archetypes instead of 2, and maybe that's what he wants. I'm not sure I agree with the pick of commerce though. The situation has been quite hot, so maybe tactics would be more appropriate. Not sure about that though. Yeah. I'm. What are the picks that come out of commerce? I believe there's all the icons are helping me. I was going to say I believe there's commander, and indeed commander, schemer, orator, builder, and diplomat. With his opinion, orator doesn't look ideal. Well, maybe he can make it work. The plus 40 opinion to religion is quite good. And he got Zoroastrianism in his empire now with his city conquest, so that might end up mattering as well. Okay. Alright, he spent his order. He has spent his orders. Let me check on Rome.
Back to Rome.
More raiders or stray barbarians wandering toward this city. No, they are raiding. Okay, barbarians can raid
There is.
now, it seems.
Yeah, no, they're not. Those are the bugged barbarians. I think they will not be.
Oh, okay.
They will not be actively moving, I think, but yeah, I'm not sure about that. That
Yeah, but they are
bothers me
tagged as
personally.
raiding, so yeah, alright. Bit of a bug. I know Alex is
Yeah,
fixing
yeah,
things at the moment.
they're tagged as raiding, but I don't think they will actually be moving
Mhm.
in. So there is a hurricane, but
An unpleasant spearman rebel in Venticum as
yeah,
well.
I think what he really needs to do now is get those opinions, family opinions fixed, and
Yeah.
then leverage his advantage by taking the Numidian camps, which would relieve the raiders and increase his economic advantage. Because right now, even with the extra orders he is generating, he's spending way too many of those orders defending from rebels and raiders.
Mhm. We did see a second scout from Babylonia that is hanging around in Favencia, not that unexpected. He's dealing with these rebels, but it's a bit hard. As a slinger, a spearman in a forest at Aventicum, that will be painful. And he's dealt with the one at his capital. But I believe he wants to make use of federation, right? He's adopted this theology that would help greatly with his rebel situation, but it doesn't spread anywhere. The religion is only present in Adrianopolis, so that's the only city that gets this benefit, and that's a bit unfortunate. Of course, the religion has spread to Pompaleo, but he's lost Pompaleo, so that won't apply. His king consort is a scholar. His heir is just 18. They are crippled by the events we followed before. He will have a choice between hero and commander. He has a significant training stockpile. I'll be interested to see what he hopes for. And he can pick the study field for his second kick, Duke Nonus. Let's see what he picks.
Oh, he's running very low on time, so he might not be able, if he doesn't pick an archetype for the air, that will become random. Let's see if he manages to pick in time. No, the timer is up.
Yeah, but the event hasn't been picked, and it won't be, I believe, until Babylonia has finished playing, because they are in tight. So he still has a little bit more time to deal with these events and domestic orders.
Yes, he's done that. He picked commander. He picked commander for the air, Princess Camilla.
I respect that.
She's definitely a solid commander.
Yeah, it was Droner who picked the map, Rinswin, to answer your question, and he opted for a dual-sized, wide coastal rain basin, and MongrelEyes opted for Rome as first pick, not as a reaction pick. Is that commander so miserable? Well, the -1 wisdom is unfortunate, of course, and crippled doesn't help, especially with the commander where you would flank. So with that in mind, I think I would have picked hero as well, because it's he doesn't ask for so much mobility on the part of the leader, but you need a lot of training. But you would get a lot of training with the hero of the throne, of course. Commanders are very decent in many other regards. Adjacency is good, flanking is great, but it doesn't scale that well with huge games. He has access to chariots, to be fair, so he could roll around. We'll have to see. Still dealing with rebels, and tribes are walking into Rome. I wonder which stonecutter is getting in priority in Favancia. Is getting both and prioritizing the one in the backline first. Spear versus spears. Mounted units are coming, but they are melee, so he will be able to deal with them with his spears, but he's still taking a lot of damage at the moment, so it's not that trivial.
You actually need to be careful with that spear, because it could get killed by 2 radar attacks.
Yeah, or rebel on the radar attack, so I would hide it on the city. Protect it. He's dealt with a rebel at Vedancio, so slowly dealing with his problems, but he still has many opinion difficulties. It would be very good for him to get better control of his Roman paganism. The patriarch is dying, though. They are a swift, superstitious hero, but they are also severely ill, so he might be rid of them in the not too distant future.
And that would help. Also helpful that Rome has a Darkened Moon event, and that one has some good options. There is a pick of 150 science, so 3 turns worth. Would get citizenship next turn if he picks that option.
That would definitely be a greatly appreciated boost for him. He's been taking the long path towards his force law with citizenship, opting to just accumulate the civic slowly, but he's tempted. He's using it a little bit here and there, signing governors and whatnot, but he's simply not getting much civics right now, even training military units.
And here certainly picking that science for faster citizenship will then align very well with the completion of the pyramids.
Indeed, that would be nice, but he already has laws to adopt, I believe.
Oh,
But sure, legal
yes.
code will feel better than exploration or even epic at this stage in the game. Even exploration might maybe help to have a quicker junction between Besancio and Fadencia, so it's still valid. And also there are
Uh,
two parallel vertical rivers in the center of the map that would benefit him.
I may be wrong, but I would like legal code in this case just for almost doubling the yeah, the civics income, and he did pick the science option, so citizenships in and military drill next for Rome.
Yeah, I agree with military drill. Well, I haven't checked what else was on offer. I'd be interested to see what he picks, but since he has put multiple shrines in the same cities, and he already has three laws adopted, so with legal code that would be four, that would be 40 extra civics a turn, that would definitely help unlock him. That's the job and the value of legal code. We'll see if he does that.
Or Babylonia is now the follow-up event from that conscript prisoners event that he used for the militia. Well, the militia are still hanging around in Ur, but now there is that follow-up event, and it's generally unpleasant.
Yes, indeed, he got additional rebels, I believe.
No, not yet, but that event,
Yeah, he will. No?
yeah, uh, you you can take 120 discontent or 2 additional rebels. So
Yeah,
two bad choices.
indeed. Well, he might well get 200, 120 discontent for two rebels just by pillaging. Oh no, there's barely any improvement in the city. Maybe it's fine. Uh, yeah, I don't know, but losing the militia would be bad though. And he's been working on these walls for forever. Uh,
Yes, because the city keeps getting damaged as well, so those
mhm.
walls are slow.
Walls as well on ex Pompeo, which he took from Rome. But yeah, his opinion are starting to look better, but are still hovering just at upset, so not quite there. Well, for sages and artisans at any
Yeah,
rate.
not quite there, but the opinion situation for him is now better than it is for Rome.
Yeah, and he's not
So
getting
he's
rebels anymore because they are playing on modest, so they don't get rebel chance for just being upset. And the angry does it trigger.
so he has dug himself out of the opinion hole successfully, it would seem for now. But
Yeah,
the economy is still definitely struggling somewhat.
yeah. But it's hard to compete with two fewer cities, I imagine. Well, I imagine I know. So it doesn't have to. It's not 7-4 anymore. It's 6-5, which is way closer. But still, the wonders are starting to finish, and yeah, the order advantage from Rome is very good in war, but it's maybe even better in peace. So
Especially with a builder. So back to Rome.
indeed,
I'll see, one turn left on the pyramids. Yeah, dealing with some of those raiders. But look at Aventicum now. What is going on there is not pleasant.
uh, oh yeah, more raiders. It's almost lost that spear, but you can flee to the city. And yeah, the slingers are almost useless in forest. So yeah, it's not a pleasant situation to be sure. He'll get a second spear into 2 turns in his capital. To be fair, so that will definitely help deal with those raiders in forest.
Yeah, of
Still,
course,
it's slow.
he's not in any danger of actually losing the city, but
Mhm.
it's orders being spent on that instead of the economy.
Yeah, Yeah, certainly. I'm not sure why he put his garrison mountainside in that city. Maybe he had an opportunity or urban tile from the beginning and there's just no choice. No, the tile is still lush. I'm talking nonsense. Uh, yeah, I would have put it
Yeah,
somewhere else and keep that tile for potential quarry maybe. Just get the garrison on flatland. Uh, get it on that tile that would expand your territory toward the capital, allowing you to faster movement because the river would be in your territory. One turn quicker to produce on flatland as well for the garrison, and you still have an opportunity for a solid quarry in the future, providing adjacency to your other quarries as well as a minor boost. Yeah, yeah, it's becoming very standoffish in the middle. Walls are getting up in Pompaleo. Pharmacia has walls, and it's about to complete its first stonecutter. So that will be well even more orders with the camels getting in range. So for improvements, I mean.
the players have paused the turn timer.
Ah, yes. Let me hop in that chat. One player was offering truce half an hour earlier. I'm not sure if Donna will respond though. He's not familiar with English, so.
They have been going on for 3 hours, so it's possible that they are considering a break.
Yeah, I'm definitely winding down in terms of levels of energy myself. So.
For you, 3 hours is not even half of a normal stream.
No, it's not incredible indeed, but I've had a very full day and very little sleep last night because I streamed as well yesterday evening and then went on to uh, a bit of work and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm not as awake
Yeah, but
as I should be
the
probably.
problem is when you set those expectations by streaming the very first game for 7.5 hours, then people expect you to never run out of energy.
Well, I do. I can keep going on low energy. It's just not as good, and that's what happens. So yeah, I have set more reasonable limits this week. And one of the game I was going to stream was interrupted, so I didn't spend my Tuesday evening streaming either. And I will have almost a full weekend since my next scheduled game is on Sunday evening and at 6 p.m. rather than 11 for a start. So that should be more.
Sunday schedule, from what Alcaraz posted, seems to be very full with
Oh yeah.
games currently. So yeah, that's not just for you, but all of our streamers probably be quite busy.
Yes, indeed, but that will still be a 4 stream week, which is not a little, I would say.
Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with the game now, because
Not
Babylonia is
either.
playing, Droner's playing his turn, but the turn timer is still paused, so...
Yeah, I'm going to mute myself a minute to communicate with the players in chat and make sure I'm not missing something. I suspect they might be
Yes.
they might be talking in DMs even if you have a group chat to be able to follow up. So 1 second. Alright, MongrelEyes is typing. I might have some updates soon. okay. He's saying he's okay with the break, but they haven't talked about it, so he's understanding what I'm saying as a request. Uh,
So what is it? Are they taking a break or are they considering one? The turn timer has resumed. The timer has resumed. It is now Rome's turn, and the pyramids is completed. Again, hitting some of those raiders near Aventicum.
Alright, sorry about that. I should have muted my keyboard, but yeah. So the players are still in the game. Switching to the Roman perspective. Yeah, forces are starting to mass again, look healthy again in Avencia. The 3 spearmen to 1 not so long ago, another spear is joining. The situation in the south is yeah, not ideal. But there will be an additional spear next turn that will be able to help at Avanticum, and maybe the one that is healing on top of the city will have recuperated a bit. Um, yeah, that garrison is done as
so,
well.
So I just noticed something here,
Oh,
which is the double victory is on. So this is absolutely a possibility for Rome if MongrelEyes is thinking of that, because as things are currently stand, he would need 21 victory point. And yeah, there are more wonders available, including Ziggurat that he could afford right now. He's a builder. Yeah, he does need 7 VP, so let's say a wonder and 5 culture city points. There's Numidian camps. There's definitely, he has weak cities. Well, actually, Vesontio is about to hit developing. So I would say it's very much a possibility if he is thinking about that to hit a double.
All right. Mangonel is saying that he's okay to stop after this term or next, because that was an intense mini war, and sure, that was intense fighting, and this conveying that stressed him out. So we'll see. We might be getting closer to the end of the stream. Which might be which might provide needed rest for everyone. So I'll wait for confirmation on that. But at any rate, what I can say, thank you for joining, Solver, and we'll see how that goes.
I'll say that since the Roman queen is also doomed now, I think that's an auspicious sign that they should be taking a break with her death to mourn her passing and resume at another time. Yeah.
We'll see. I know Brunner is using machine translation to understand what we are typing, so it might take him a minute to answer. Yeah, so I'll take a look at the vision of the player. So Rome has cleared almost the entire map, barring the extreme northeastern corner. And I doesn't quite see the southern center, so I'm not sure if they see the Numidian site. Actually, they haven't identified it. Surely they know there are Numidian there because I see them raiding, but they haven't quite moved their scout in that direction. And on the Babylonian side, I assume the vision is worse. Yes, yes, there are larger regions that they haven't explored. Of course, they actually know the geography because of the mirrored nature of the map, apart from some sections of the center, particularly in the south and the Numidian spot, which we could guess because it took them a very long time to meet, to contact the Numidians. But they have seen a smaller part of the map. These days, Babylonia has two scouts. I believe they made a second one, and they are mostly keeping track on their opponent, which is wise. With one scout positioned strategically between the champion seat and Vesoncio in their opponent's territory, and another one still at the front line of Avencia. So okay, we'll see if the runner wants to stop.
The-
MongrelEyes
they
pause
have
the game
paused
while they
again.
are discussing. Yeah. I asked them so that runner has time to translate what I'm saying and or what his opponent is saying as well. That was quite an interesting session, really. The reaction, counter reaction, difference in playstyle, but still uh, solid pushback, bit of warring. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw in build-up. We saw a full battle. It was not a skirmish. It was a proper battle that resulted in one city getting lost, and then the Babylonian army being beaten back.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting developments, different strategies as well. We saw the intelligent tactician again from MongrelEyes, and I believe the player cast doing that was Moroten. Maybe, yeah, I believe. Who actually sent Joanna from to the lower bracket, if I remember correctly. So I asked a few questions about that. I was interested by the pick. So tacticians as an insurance and quicker, well, easier come clearing rather than strictly quicker, and an intelligent as a science boost. Um, not using it as a governor, but only as a leader, but still very strong, especially if you're planning to have a fast expansion as MongrelEyes did.
And in case this game wraps up for this session, as I think it is about to, then any viewers who still want to see more can hop on to Scientific's channel. Their match between Anarchos and Beckett started a few minutes ago. So, yeah, for those in an appropriate time zone, I'm sure there is hours more of old world dueling to be enjoyed.
Indeed, so players are still deciding. Jonah is responding. Jonah is saying that he's asking on what day they can continue and stating that he's actually ready to continue now. So we'll see if they decide to stop or push on. Okay, they are okay to continue. So I will just mention that I won't be as energetic, but I can give it 1 more hour, I would say. Don't feel committed by that, Solver. I'm happy to keep commenting alone if you have better things to do or are a bit tired yourself. Let me tell them.
I'll probably do a couple more turns, but yeah, I am also getting to a point where I'll be wrapping up soon.
All right, 1 more hour. So we are continuing.
Is that the player's conclusion?
Yes, yes, yes. I
Right.
mentioned that I'm a bit tired, that if they're okay with that, I'm happy to push until, well, I guess 3 a.m. my time, which would be, I believe, 5 a.m. Moscow time. And Mongrel is on the East Coast, I think, so that would be 11 p.m. for him. Right.
Alright, so it is continuing, and it is Mongrel's turn for Rome.
Yeah, unpaused.
He's dealing with his infamous raiders. So, did get military drill. Of course, being Rome, that's always helpful. We'll see some barracks up, most likely.
His spearman is completed in Roma, can use that to deal with his rebels as well. He sent a child there, so he has, well, 5 units now. Most of them are hurt though, so they cannot really actively fight every turn. They have to go back and heal to avoid losing units. He can pick sovereignty, and I expect him to go there. That would be the logical follow-up to what he's been doing so far, and machinery is typically the stalemate breaker, so that could help with wanting to move into Babylonia, since the game wasn't concluded early.
I'm pretty sure it will be sovereignty. Yes, that would be expected. And what I'll be wondering about is if after dealing with these remaining raider units, if he will continue pushing eastwards to go to that camp and clear
That
it.
that could definitely make sense after some consolidation, of course. But with 2 spears, a chariot, and 2 slingers, that should be you should be able to expedite that quite efficiently. So that would make sense.
And
Yeah.
another thing going for Rome is, even though it's turned 62, Judaism has not been founded, but the champion seat is building a rancher, so it will be founding Judaism, possibly.
Is it the second rancher
It,
already?
it is the second rancher according to
Oh.
the tooltip, so there is one, I'm not sure where the first one is.
That's probably there was a rancher on the core that got pillaged in Adventicum, the city where he's dealing with raiders in the south. And,
Oh, yeah,
but I believe that's
that's
the
right.
only other one. Yeah.
That is the first and only rancher, yeah. So, well, it is of course a good move. Which rancher is he building? Yeah, he's building of course rancher on the goats there, also to connect borders with Byzantium
Mm-hmm.
in Hadrianopolis. So Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, interesting play indeed. So he picked sovereignty, yeah, and the situation is the center is relatively static. It just has one, two spears dealing with the mounted tribes raiding him. But that's quite efficient, and he doesn't want to look weak in front of his opponent, so that makes perfect sense. In Babylonia, still internal strife. Rebel Slinger at Ip at I don't know the city is called that. That must be Or, right? Um, that
Yeah,
yeah, still dealing with these rebels.
that is the one that has been having
Mm-hmm.
troubles for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very hard to my Latin alphabet formed mind to read something that looks like a Y, not as an I or a Y, and something
So,
like looks like a P, realizing that it's actually more of a R, a
so
rho.
the city names actually work well. So if you switch to the Roman perspective, then you'll see the Babylonian city names in English.
Yeah. I expected that,
Yeah.
but I'm trying not to cheat and to try to learn something. Of course, nothing will stick, but yeah.
So with that Judaism thing, I'm realizing now. I wonder if MongrelEyes realizes that that is, of course, extra VPs that he would have. So
Oh
really,
yes.
a double victory is quite easily within reach.
Yeah, with a pair of Holysites, and he could. I mean, he had metaphysics in his draw for 5 turns, so I still would favor um, sovereignty and the civics boost to adopt his laws, to be able to start the Holysites, because they all take civics as well to start. But then
Yeah,
he can
sure.
maybe clinch Christianity for even one more holy site and just hold this border and go to a double victory for sure. Depending where the
I think
holy city is spot, or where the city is, the religion gets founded and the holy city is built, he might it might also contribute to gaining culture points in the city as well.
I don't think he would even need to go as far as Christianity because, again, the ziggurat is available and it's fairly cheap. At 600 stone, he can
Mm-hmm.
just buy that, and he can do the ziggurat, he can do holy sites, and let's say he even has a settler in Aventicum. So clear that Numidian site, settle it, and that's just about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely, and he could put the ziggurat in the new spot to get it to developing as well. That's another VP. Yeah, he has quite a
You'll
few
see,
avenues. So he's missing at the moment how many? Only
you
seven
cannot put a
VPs, not that
ziggurat in
many.
it. You cannot put a ziggurat in a new city, but yes.
Because it needs to be a holy site.
Yeah, it needs to be a holy city. So,
Yeah. Okay.
but sure, there is he has weak cities, and of course,
Mm-hmm.
there's sufficient ways of boosting culture.
Yeah, and there's no saying where the Judaism will found as well. That would be extra culture. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Double
but
victory is in range, and I remember Mongrel asking at game setup to activate double victory, so it's neither a mistake nor something that was activated by surprise. Both opponents agreed upon that, so that's a legit deviation.
then let's see. Oh, Babylonian turn played very quickly in seconds, I think. And so we're back to
Yeah,
back to Rome, where there is a succession. The builder queen has died at the age of 54, and we do now have the new Queen Camilla, a commander, a crippled commander.
on the throne indeed, resolving their events. I will apologize to our viewership and to you. I will absent myself for a minute I think I need a coffee. So I will let the camera on the center of the screen in case there's any war where it's most likely to happen if it does, and I'll be back in a minute.
I always support coffee, so. Meanwhile, what can I notice? That with the new Roman queen, there have been some significant changes to family opinion. The champions are extremely happy at plus 333 opinion, and the statesmen are extremely mad at minus 224. So, really, there is a very, very wide range of family opinions for Rome now. Yeah, the stream is pointing to the center, but he's now just clearing up some more raiders south near Aventicum. He can adopt a fourth law since he has reached that 200 civics threshold this turn and does have the pyramids. So we will see also if he does pick a law and which one. A little bit more there in the center. Upgraded a unit, promoted a unit, interesting. Signed a general, so hard to say if that is posturing or if that is preparation to attack. And that's turn for Rome. Over to Babylonia. See what is going on in Babylonia. Still dealing with those rebels in Ur. And just, I think, building up farms, lumber mills, and building a, what is this here? Why don't I have a tooltip? Oh, that's a barracks being built in the capital.
All right, I am
So,
back.
Yeah, some roads. Welcome back. You might want to display the new Roman family opinions. So with the new Roman queen, the family opinions have a very interesting range.
Oh, in effect, yes. So those tribalism has saved everything with the family, but the Claudius and the Julius are still pagan, and they hate the leader with well, passionately, I would say. The leader is a family, of course, so that helps with them. I'm not sure what Tank's opinion so much is that the missing pagan opinion. Well, discontent, right? Rapid expansion. The oligarch
It
is
is
also a
discontent.
tactician.
Yeah.
The other oligarch is proud, and that's doubled because the leader is humble. And then there's a state religion, lack of concealers as well. That would be an easy lever to fix things with a statesman. They have a minus 80 opinion, and that would become a plus 40. So there are
And they
levers.
have a decent chancellor candidate. There is a good chancellor candidate. Actually, this the statesman matriarch, the statesman oligarch is a good candidate for chancellor. So we'll see how he fixes things.
Yeah, it's notable that Drona from Babylon is playing markedly quicker than MongrelEyes. So sure, MongrelEyes has more orders, more units, but still.
Yeah. back to Rome. Droner is a very quick player. He, as you're saying, he doesn't have that many orders, but he does seem to immediately know what he wants to do with each one of those.
Yeah, indeed, it seems deliberate. However else he considers his turn, he knows what he wants to do before the turn arrives, which is half the secret of playing quickly, of course.
Yeah, the rebels, the raiders around Aventicum are all dead, so I hope that he does now heal up those troops and move clear the camp.
Yep. He's repairing his pasture. I imagine he's going to start that pearl net as well. Oh, my screen is not updating. Yeah, no, okay, he misclicked, so he moved away.
Yes, that was a misclick.
And back.
And as I was saying while you were getting coffee,
I think he was moving away to chop, then forgot to chop before moving back, then had to move another walker, and now doesn't have an order.
Yeah, those are definitely misclicks. See, that is some fatigue, possibly. And while you were getting coffee, I was saying that MongrelEyes had the opportunity to pick a fourth law because he had the civics and he did opt for legal code.
Oh, notable. All right, so that's why his civics income has picked up a little bit, despite the fact that I was commenting while he was making only units, so not using his civics locally, whereas at the moment he's making a rancher in Adrianopolis, as we commented upon, and an apprentice poet in Roma as well. So he is consuming part of his civics and he's still earning more in his stockpile. So that's the effect of legal code, which is of course very valuable, and then sovereignty unlocks the potential for the civics boost. Of course I don't see it. Of course I don't see it in the pile. Sorry. I noticed as well, panning around just as I was joining back, that Babylon has notably started to work on Rome, on the roads. So I was thinking that maybe this road was misguided because there's a desert on the other side, but there's actually a single narrow path through the desert, which is quite linear and clean, going up toward the northwest, and is and arriving right in the middle of his cities. So that's a good road, a clever road, possibly a shortcut directly from his capital to this artisan seat up to the front line. So he'll need a bit more time to do that, but it's on the way. Oh, free ballista up for grab on Babylon side.
Let's see. Does he go for that? It would be 5 turns if he opts for it. And he does have an event to give the rightful heir. Rightful heir is 17. To become intelligent or educated, so that's of course a pretty strong choice. And there is also an archetype choice for the rightful heir, with one of the options being a scholar. So he could go for an intelligent scholar and really push science. That is an option.
An archetype pick, but for another character between Orator and Judge.
But the rightful heir gets the event with 3.
Yes. Also, so that's a bit of a reward. Scholar, diplomat, or builder. All right, a nice pick.
Yeah, so, and given that other event which offers intelligent or educated, that is a very interesting scholar if he opts for that. Intelligent scholar from events.
Yeah, especially with the Sage Capital and Sage family, that would be additional research from all his archives. +2, that would be +4 in itself, already 10% just for being a scholar. Then the multiplier, of course, and intelligent on top in all his cities, and an intelligent doubled as governor in the capital as well. So that would be a significant jump, no doubt.
So now I want to see what he opts for in those. He did take intelligent, and now just the archetype event is remaining.
Yeah, and he hasn't continued his road. He has opted to make additional quarries for the moment. He has a lot more orders, so he just completed the order boost, I think, is what happened there. So I assume him to be starting many
Yeah,
builds and healing,
that was an
consolidating his
order.
army. hmm I'm
Was
surprised
an
that he
order.
picked battle line of, I don't remember all the choices, but certainly over the ballista, and I don't remember what else was available. Uh,
It was navigation, architecture, ballista, and battle line.
yeah,
So battle
navigation would
line right
help,
now.
but yeah.
Battle line at 14 turns is probably the weaker choice. Have free ballista or navigation for serfdom. Would be more interesting here.
Yeah, I think I would have liked the ballista. From what he's seeing, he knows that there are chariots around because he faced them, but that's a big bunch of infantry right in front of him. A ballista would chew through that very efficiently. So yeah,
And we do have an archetype pick. He did pick the scholar for the rightful heir, so that is now
yeah,
an intelligent.
more greed and long-term investment. I'm seeing he has ambition that he's not too far from completing, stockpiling 500 wood. The other
Yeah,
205, I'm
producing
not quite sure what it is.
that is producing 500 wood and not stockpiling, and
Oh,
controlling 5 scouts.
okay. 5 scouts. Alright. I don't think I ever picked that, but there's not much growth on the map as well. They don't have great growth cities, so he's making a granary in front of his barley farm, but he has no farmer there in his capital. None of his well, Ur doesn't have additional any growth. His Unterseed doesn't have any growth. There's no, well, there are pasture opportunities, but he hasn't improved them. If he has the tech, I will check in a second. Uh, he does not. And
Mongrel cannot stop having problems at Aventicum because it spawned another rebel spear.
yeah, well, yeah, that's compounding. Like,
That city is absolutely being a pain in the neck.
yeah, I would like to see him spread the Australianism, maybe. I'm not sure if he can afford to do that. The civics are not great to adopt theologies to do it passively, but maybe surely he has got at least one passive spread. Pompaleo, sure, that was taken, but maybe another one. It feels a bit unfortunate for him that he hasn't. No, he doesn't seem to have any
Oh
other
no,
spreads.
there has not been any passive spread, even though it is at 10% chance per turn. So yeah, could have had some by now, but no such luck.
Yeah, single what that happened was on the city lost, unfortunately. So. Oh.
Yes. Did finish a courthouse in Roma, so which he started as soon as citizenship was completed.
Mm-hmm.
So he's
Yeah,
serious about civics now.
I would like to see it followed up as soon as he can with the ministry. He hasn't done that, so he hasn't prioritized it this turn. Maybe he's aiming for more wonders and holy sites for victory point play. He's up to 15, so a slight uptick in the victory point department. But if he wants a double victory at 21 points, he needs to do it fast enough that his opponent doesn't gain additional
Yes,
victory points as well. So
of
that's a
course.
bit.
But at this point, another thing he could do, or well, next turn, would actually be adopting epics for that double victory, because just fighting all those Numidians, for example, would push Aventicum immediately to developing.
Yeah. Yes. Excellent point. Fighting the well, even rebels count, and then Numidians clearing out this camp would definitely accelerate Favencia getting to developing culture, as well as Aventicum, and potentially whatever city he founds on these Numidian sites. So, yeah, I'm not sure if he's
I'm still not
focused
sure
on that.
I'm still not sure he's actually going for that double because
Mm-hmm.
not seeing any disciples, but we'll see. So, in Babylonia, the rightful heir is back on the throne. So he did not choose to let the regent usurp the throne. The 18-year-old intelligent scholar
Which is
is on the throne
sensible.
now,
And he has
which is
a
sensible.
yeah, he has a pick of perks.
Yeah,
Offering
one of them
archer
is an
food,
archer.
yeah, and culture. Yeah, that could be interesting, and
See what
yeah,
does he
he's
pick
not
there.
just about. Well, he will be at 11 victory point in not too long. His hunter seat is gaining culture, so um, yeah, if Rome wants to close the game with a double victory, they have to aim a little higher, and I would say a little quicker to prioritize it harder than they are doing at the moment.
Yes, I agree. I still think it's very much in reach, a double, but needs
Hmm.
to concentrate on that. In that case, with those holy sites, Wanderers, Numidian pushing, but yeah.
Yeah, and I like epics for that. I definitely used it for a few victory points sometimes, and it can be very good. Um,
Back to
so
Rome. Another rebel, a rebel in the capital. This is not easy.
yeah, yeah,
They
they
are
are being a pain.
absolutely
Yes,
not letting him relax.
it feels unrelenting. But his families are angry, so that's a 5% chance. And well, you have enough cities, you get rebels. Not, but he's been getting some on consecutive turns recently, so
Yeah.
it probably feels.
Well, he's getting rebels, but he's not getting any natural Zoroastrianism spread, even though it's
Mhm.
also a
Yes,
10% roll.
fair. Yeah,
Speaking
yeah.
of which, that rancher
But
enchantment
uh,
has been completed.
does a
So
rebel
rancher complete.
does a rebel roll work the same way? Are you
No, no,
getting a rebel then somewhere? It's a roll per city, so
yeah,
it's different from
it's per
spreading.
city.
Yeah, yeah.
It is per city, uh, but it's 2 5% rolls, for
Hmm.
example, in landowner cities, or a 10% roll for Zoroastrianism.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, but
So let's see
sometimes.
next turn where Judaism found. So what city it will be because the requirements are now met.
Hmm. Yeah, that will be interesting to see if it goes into one of his weak cities. That will accelerate that considerably, as opposed to piling it up in a city that already has good culture. So the way religion spawn, it's likely that it will happen that way. I think Vedancio is developing, but doesn't have a religion yet, so it might well go there. Or Favencia and Aventica are candidates as well to found a religion in this context.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. Sorry, drinking coffee. Yeah, those rebels are a
One
pain.
should never apologize for drinking coffee.
No, but maybe for doing it without muting on stream and subjecting our audience to declusion noise. He started a stronghold in his championship, notable, with a wrong family worker and on a hill, so it will take 2 more turns than necessary. But still, it started. It's coming. He's no longer a builder to do it super quickly, and he's getting a barrack there, so he'll be able to push more military development in this family.
This
He's
is
not.
something I notice about Mongrel's play. So also in Faventia, he built a stronghold on hill, and that one in Aventicum. So he likes placing that line on of improvements on hills. It
Mhm.
it happens a lot, so it seems to be deliberate.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's about that. Maybe I know sometimes players assume that there is a defensive bonus on heal or something like that because there is one in other games. But that's not the case in Old World. In Old World, you can get
Yeah,
benefit from heal if you have the right promotion, or you can get a bit of extra range if you have a range in it and you're targeting flatland. But you don't get a raw defensive bonus just for being on heal. So maybe that's
that's definitely
about.
one of the things that Civ players assume, but yeah, it doesn't have to be true. Oh, Droner is having some bad luck in that he gets another flood on his rivers.
Yeah, it's a bit unlucky. I don't think I remember even a single flood in Roman lands, so I might have forgotten. But or maybe there was one very early on, before there were any improvements to be damaged. But it cannot be more likely, right? It's a mirrored map and everything, and it's targeting cities, and all the cities on these networks are funded on both sides. So
Ye-
yeah,
Yeah,
just unfortunate.
yeah, this is just bad luck, but that is a second flood of that river, which has now again pillaged some stuff, so we'll need to waste orders fixing it.
Yeah, I would point out that it's thematic for Babylon, though. That's where the flood myth is coming from, after all. A culture that flourished in an immense alluvial plain, essentially completely flat, with rivers that produce end of the world floods. So uh,
Yes, with the myth then of Utnapishtim, and yeah, that is a myth
mhm.
I enjoyed reading. Uh,
Yes, indeed. Well, the whole
but
myth we are familiar with from the Bible as well. It comes from the same source. So
yeah,
uh,
it's strikingly similar. But I don't think that Droner right now is enjoying the historical accuracy of reenacting Utnapishtim here. He
yeah,
would
but
probably prefer working improvements.
yes, but if our players are not fighting or giving us something obvious to comment about, we are going to comment about whatever, and they will have to accept it. All right. Yeah, his workers are still on the farm and well, producing at the moment. I'll try to keep an eye on that. I think I've seen some issues with that recently, but I'm not entirely sure of how it developed. So um, something I'll try to replicate probably. What is this? Alright, granary as well in
Oh,
the works.
and yeah, he is finally building another shrine. So over there in Eknun and the Hunter Seat, he's building a shrine.
Hmm. Yeah. Alright, shrine mines. Battle line is a bit hard to look at. It feels long term. If he's going to grid, I could see architecture. I would really like to see the ballista first and then go navigation. I mean, if he doesn't get navigation directly, aristocracy is in the door. It's quick, it's extra research. The border boost wouldn't hurt. So yeah.
Back to Rome, and Judaism is in Vesontio.
All right, all right. And he got a spread of Zoroastrianism as well.
Yeah,
So
to the same city. So suddenly now that
yes,
city went from zero to two religions.
yes. But it is already developing, so he's not getting the full benefit of that. But of course, the city is connected. It's a Londoner city. He has the hanging garden. He should be able to make some disciple reasonably quickly without having to mobilize his champion site. So if he wants to resume military production, if in his champion city, he's not at the moment. Probably waiting for Astatai to be available. Uh, this spot will be able to supply some Zoroastrian disciple as well as Jewish ones if he wants them. So still still good to have a spread, even if it's maybe not the ideal one.
It's it's interesting, an interesting turn for Rome. So also 2 pairs of laws available now with the civics: Epics Exploration or Tyranny Constitution. And Machinery has been picked as the next tech. So everybody loves onagers.
Yeah, in this case, I think I would like to see tyranny for the grid-based constitution. Getting additional science per urban specialist can be awesome. Decree capital unlocks the capability to go for double decrees, which can be great, especially in the late game, but it takes time to produce these decrees unless you already have high civics production. 3 research total because of 3 urban specialists is definitely a low payoff for constitution, whereas tyranny, with the amount of military units they have in their territory, would greatly boost his economy, make it make him able to buy additional wonders much earlier, and the training, of course, wouldn't hurt either. So I think Journey is probably what I would go for, and then aim for epics for the culture boost we were talking of.
And I would like to note another very good thing MongrelEyes is doing. So Zoroastrianism is super happy with him. So now he is actually using the Zoroastrian patriarch to convert the head of the Claudius family, because that would be a fix to opinion problems. If the families convert, he wants those families to be Zoroastrian. He recognizes that it would be a one-stop fix to the opinion issue. So it's very good to see targeted conversion. That's not something that players always do. It's very easy to forget those missions.
Yeah, so
So
that's
I like seeing this.
yeah, a good play. And as Zoroastrianism is his state religion and his queen is Zoroastrian, even if the family doesn't convert immediately when the oligarch converts, that will be a significant bonus with the state religion and shared religion from the oligarch with the queen, and would definitely help in itself get back into Hungary at least. The spread of Zoroastrianism to Vedantio makes it slightly more likely that, well, I have to check again because I suspect the code was changed, but slightly more likely that the characters from the family will adopt the religion spontaneously as well, and of course, Veneration now applies in that city, so that's 5% less chance of rebels in Vedantio at least. They are furious at the moment. Are they furious or angry at minus 200? Furious, I believe. So that would be 10%
Yeah, they're
chance.
furious. Yeah.
Right on the
Yeah,
limit.
that is some very good play, I think. And he has not picked a law. We'll see if he does that between turns, but no law pick yet. What is Droner doing now on his turn?
Yeah, so that mission is costing civics, but it's still valuable, I believe. So he cannot quite pick a law right now. So maybe I would have delayed by a turn, but really, it's great to start converting and capitalizing on the awesome opinion he has with this religion. I agree with that.
Droner, the city of Ur continues to be a problem as another rebel spearman shows up. Love showing up there.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, the artisans are angry at minus 151, so at least this flood only lasted 1 turn, so Droner is already repairing damage from the flood. Like the first flood, which lasted several turns, so that's a bit better for him.
And he was a bit lucky in his unfortune that most of the pillaging appeared in the Sage cities, so that hurts his improvement. But at least Sages don't receive additional discontent penalty from having pillaged improvement, whereas artisans definitely do. So at least he wasn't pillaged more on that front by the flood.
And back to Rome.
I wonder if he will resume his road from.
Yeah, I think he will. He's stopping there to get some more stone, but I think he recognizes that it would be a very useful road to have.
But he sent one of the walkers far forward without loading any tiles, so that's why I was unsure suddenly if he had that in mind.
Rome adopted tyranny, as you were suggesting.
Yep. Well done. Well, in single player, where you have a bit more agency on your diplomatic status, and it's easier to play greedy. Constitution is quite seductive, but in multiplayer, where you have a lot of units and often, well, if you survived until there, probably a standoffish situation with many units parked in your territory that you cannot really use day to day. Tyranny is awesome payout. Um, okay, his units are almost healed in Aventicum. There's still a spearman in his capital, of course, but the situation is improving slightly. His economy is definitely blooming, so that's good. He's getting a scribe in his capital and started work on an amphitheater. Uh, and yeah, the ministry is in the work as well. For some reason, well, for a very clear reason, which was that ministries and palaces used to require adjacency from another building of the class. I'm always looking for ministries around courthouses because it's burned deep into my muscle memory. So I still build ministries and palaces around my courthouses and keep that rule even if it doesn't exist anymore. But it makes me blind sometimes to what players are doing when I'm watching other people play. Stronghold in Adrianopolis is slowly progressing. He's getting his apprentice acolyte. I'm not sure what the goal is. Maybe to push culture a little bit more. It's not absurd. And the urban specialist is the urban specialist after all. But yeah, yeah. Maybe
I,
I don't know. Maybe
urban
I'll like the
specialist,
officer more.
urban specialist, always great. I think I would have preferred a disciple here to
Mm.
start the Zoroastrian holy site, which he can do
Yeah.
at any moment. But yeah, he has not any disciples.
I think my
Uh,
tendency would be to produce just military unit in this spot and get the disciples from Byzantium now that the religion has spread. So finish the slinger, then a couple of Zoroastrian disciple to make one to spread anywhere really to one of his city with already a religion. Maybe the statesman to facilitate a later conversion. Maybe the capital and the other one to start the holy site. Even if it takes one turn longer, get it started. That's good. And yeah, then chain that up with Jewish disciple to do something similar, or at least start the holy site. It doesn't have monasteries. There's no great value in spreading Judaism. It doesn't really want uh, to encourage his characters to adopt Judaism because he has neutral opinion, whereas it's almost plus 200 with Zoro. But yeah, there could be more done. I'm slightly triggered that he never made the road on top of the quarry in Favencia, so the city is one tile from being connected. There's been one tile from being connected since time immemorial.
yes.
But that's the
What?
kind of things we forget. We have it in mind when we start, but then a skirmish happens and it degenerates into a war, and the road is forgotten. Yeah, more garrison in Brixia. Interestingly, the scout of Babylon is not hidden anymore in the forest in Adrianopolis. So if Rome picks up on that and feels like it, they could definitely try to kill it. They would have to approach slowly and then suddenly kill it on their turn, but it can be done. He's getting chariots again. One is going to pop in Favancia next turn. Another one is going to pop in Brixia next turn. So that will be a pair of chariots. He's been unfortunate. All his rebels are spawned as spearmen. but at least that will be useful to accelerate and clean up his actions against the tribe. His leader commander is appointed to a spear. They are working as a pair against Numidian, just killed one this turn, and is moving directly east, as you were suggesting, with some of his units from Venticom, and is definitely looking to clear that spot, even if there's
Yes,
no
I
settler in
really
the
like
work
seeing
to.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
more
good
spears
play.
moving in. I'm happy to see that because it will take off the pressure from raiders, and it will allow him also to use that settler that has been in Aventicum for I think about 30 turns now. So this is good. Uh,
And thank you for pointing that out. I'd completely forgotten about the settler. I believe there was another unit on top, so somehow my mind dismissed the second flag, thinking surely it's a walker or something like that. But yeah, he has the settler quite ready, so he can get that point wherever he wants it. Really,
yeah,
the,
that
the
settler has been there for a while. And note how the landowner opinion is up to minus 91, so he did improve it by more than 100 rapidly with luxuries and with influencing his uncle, who is the family head.
Yeah,
And
and they are converted him as well. So there's also you follow the
yes,
Austrianism, the +20
the
for self-religion.
family
So
itself has not
yeah.
converted, but the family head has
Mhm.
converted, and we'll see. The family might decide to convert at a later point. So it feels like Mongrel is now more aware of opinion management than maybe he was a couple hours ago.
Mhm.
Uh, Definitely has had his share of rebels. So
It's a solid play. So he's a bit unfortunate, of course. The leader of the family is a tactician, whereas he's a commander. And yeah, it's not that easy. We can see that there's over 100 negative opinion accumulated from events, but that will decrease slowly with turns as well. So reprimand it for cruelty, and just kill the member for family. So that would be a +3, +4 opinion per turn at the moment, because those memories are slowly receding, and yeah, that's good bonus. So landowners can be sometimes easy, sometimes hard to manage opinion wise. In particular, they want to have the most cities, and that's not always what you want as a player. And also their favorite resources, honey and olives, are both gated toward land consolidation, which is which makes them the later uh, resources, luxuries to be available, as opposed to, let's say, gems or pearls or dye that can be improved much earlier in the game. Indeed, these three can be improved without any tech, so that's a big difference. Or salt, or there are others, but a pair of land consolidation resources is a bit tougher. So on top of having to deal with what's available on the map or that you can reach, there are tech requirements before unlocking that too. Yeah, a bit of pickup in research. I do not believe. Has he appointed his leader as a governor? I don't think so.
he did he did before he did the previous turn. He got 50 signs from an event, which sped it up. And
Uh,
no, there is no governor.
yeah. His leader is not appointed as a governor. He could gain 11.6 research, so a bit of a 23%, something like that, more research compared to what he's earning at the moment. So that would be an important player. I hope to see him see that and do it, especially after having opted to go for such a faraway goal as Battle Line. So you were going to stay for a couple of turns, but but in fact it's 3 now. And
Well,
in a bit over 10 minutes, we will have done an additional hour. So
that is most unfortunate. I can only lament my own lack of discipline, but
I was very happy to have you around. So I cannot comment on how fortunate or unfortunate it is for yourself. I wouldn't presume to do that, but I was happy to have you around, Solver. So well appreciated, at least for my part.
let's see. I would also appreciate if the players were wrapping up now, which I don't think they're doing.
No,
And there is a wildfire by the Roman champions.
oh, indeed, I didn't see that.
Things are burning.
It might save this card because now it's obvious that is not hidden anymore. So Babylon might remember it. We'll see. Or Rome might prioritize killing the scout. The chariot isn't quite enough to do it, but with the help of the slinger abandoning the rebel at the capital, he could certainly kill the inopportune spy.
She's hitting that Numidian camp. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
which is good. I would have preferred to adopt epics before doing all of this because he got a couple turns.
Yeah.
He got a couple kills last turn and another.
And he
So
could. He has
Aventic,
a pyramid,
yeah,
so he has enough civics to do that. Yes.
yes. So Aventicum would now is at 44 culture. I think it would have been at 84 or 94 now with epics.
Yeah, yeah. Very strong point about epics. The accelerated culture doesn't always matter, but when you still have cities on weak culture level, or are still founding cities, because there are sometimes isolated parts of the map and all that. It's extremely relevant to be able to push them quickly, especially when you have an opportunity to be looking at any kind of point-based victory. So.
Yes, this is really the perfect case for epics when you are
Mhm.
clearing camps and your closest cities are still weak. Then that's the best case for epics.
Uh, yes, for sure. So, alright, new ambition, kill 5 units with literature roll. He should be able to make good progress with that. Definitely killing 1 next turn. If he's.
The landowners are back to minus 250. They are not willing to become happy.
Unfortunate. If he's very crafty, he could kill 2 units next turn with his commander, despite not being an mounted unit, by clever usage of Pierce. If he was
Yes,
attacking one of the units with his slinger,
he has a slinger
he
that
could
can
do it.
leave one of the units on 1 HP, and then Pierce would get 2.
He has trouble using all his orders and doing everything he wants to do before finishing his turn. I don't know how much of that is conscious. Of course, he can still deal with his events, potentially move his workers, his scouts, and manage his cities during his opponent's turn. Um, but typically he's burning all his orders before, which is understandable. At that point, you still have all the options, including military. During your opponent turn, you cannot move your military attack. But let's have a look at Babylon.
Let's see if he moves that scout. Yeah, since it's Babylon's turn, does he move that scout from the burning woods or
They are
not?
very easy to forget, so it might be. Yeah, I don't think there is a dedicated reminder for that. So
No, yeah, it's
maybe
because
not.
it's not his wildfire, so and
Yeah,
there is no separate reminder for your scouts getting bounced.
yeah, that's what I had in mind. We are looking at that, by the way, dear players. So as those who spy the test build updates will know. He's really suffering for orders now. I'm going to highlight this chart again. It's crazy. Rome has doubled the orders of Babylon, so they don't quite know it, but it's plus 22 to plus 13 on this turn, and that's a massive advantage. I will send another message about wrapping up this session
Yeah,
to our player.
do that, because if they are still continuing, I will not be myself. So do ask the players.
Alright, so I'm telling them that we won't be able to commentate longer, and I was suggesting end of this turn or end of the next one. I'm sure they are wrapped up in the game, so there might be a little bit of delay before the notice that I'm sending them messages on Discord. Often a turn or something like that. And of course, the games don't have to be streamed and commentated by someone else, so they are fine to keep playing if they wish to do so. But as a streamer and commentator, I will stop covering the game in let's say about 10 minutes max, and I'll try to wait for the answer. If I don't receive one, I won't insist too much. I will just close the stream for tonight, and hopefully we can deduce from the save and or whatever the player reports if the game is completed and they feel happy to do that. We will deduce what happened in the meantime.
So MongrelEyes has cleared that Numidian side, and he is about to settle it.
Alright, so he's got one kill, so he didn't...
Yeah, he got one kill. He did not optimize for that Pierce. And let's see, settled for the Statesman. It's a site with 4, so it could have gone to Champions, of course. Always an option.
Yeah, I would have
But
funded one tile behind as well to get the sorghum in terrain for the growth. The map was a bit dry for growth, so I would have liked that. The ore would have been in territory no matter what. So, but yeah, we'll see.
and
He's going straight for a settler. Yeah.
Yeah, another settler straight away. So, I guess he wants to clear that next camp as well quickly, which would also be good, and it should be easily cleared. It's a completely mounted Numidian camp, so Spearmen will make short work of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, let me check on the landowner opinion reported, but I didn't go there.
Also, he did get a free horse archer from clearing this particular camp, which is very nice.
Oh, he lost the consular from the family? No, he lost the consular from the statesman, and he might have replaced one from the landowners, which I disagree with. So okay, that ambassador is good.
Yeah, the ambassador was also dead, but he has chancellor. He has chancellor candidates. Yeah, there's decent candidates from the statesman.
Yeah, anything from the statesman, and also from the yeah. So that's one case where maybe that's not super apparent. So this would be a very poor ambassador with minus 22 family opinion, or at least at first glance, because it's also plus 60 religion opinion, so it's actually positive on family opinions overall. And also this person is plus 60 opinion, so as soon as he would get appointed, he would get pleased, and those bonuses, the negatives would be halved, and the positives would receive a 50% bonus. So that would actually be 90 religion opinion, which would almost fix everything by itself. And then appointing Julius as a chancellor, any random Julius, would swing their opinion by 120. So these are some subtleties you have to look for, but definitely when you check an ambassador, it's not only charisma. Really look at the discipline, because that affects religion opinion from the end of the early game to the end of the game period. Every family will have a religion, so if you have a flat bonus on opinion on all religion, it's also a flat bonus on all family opinions, and it can perfectly override even negative charisma, and very important to keep track of. So in this case, I think if you're looking strictly at family opinion, you're thinking, hey, this guy is 30 family opinion. So first thing, I would have picked the statesman, because you don't need to further boost the opinion of your Fabi. You don't get anything more on top of past 200. Then there's a better Fabi if you're going to pick one that has tribe opinion and religion opinion. I understand they can also be used as a commander, but still. And finally, this guy as a landowner is minus 22 family opinion, but also plus 60 religion opinion and close to being pleased, because they are a commander like the leader, and that would help even more.
Okay, another random Zoroastrianism spread. Stand to Aventicum, that is good.
Oh yeah.
The culture, and the newly founded city of Bellum immediately got a rebel. It gets killed, so that is good, and even gets killed by the leader, Spearman, so the addition was a useful rebel in this case.
Indeed. Alright, the players are not answering to my prodding in Discord about wrapping the session, so I will not insist. Let's not have them wrap the session, but
Yeah, sure.
we'll go to the let's say to the end of the turn, to the end of the Babylonian turn. Well, at least I will, and after that we'll close the stream.
Yes, I agree. The players can, of course, continue as much as they want, but we should be wrapping up now. So,
Yeah, so all in all, I think the game was captivating. Definitely multiple phases with the starts, with some mistakes. The game was very much stronger from MongrelEyes, the Roman side, than the Babylon side in the early game. It seems more confused, or not very well planned. Well, not. It's not about very well planned. It's not planned. It wasn't really an issue of execution, but an issue of vision, I would say. On the Babylonian side, not clear of what they wanted to achieve. We saw incredible expansion that we are getting used to from MongrelEyes for a good portion of the game. Solid management of the tribe, expansion, settling, getting to the center first, getting beyond the center first. After that, maybe a bit of overconfidence in not positioning defensively, or discounting a little bit the value of that. I'd say not exactly using the right families in the right place. Favencia, in my opinion, I mean, Champion makes sense. It's a center city, and it's very important strategically for the vision it affords. But it could have made a strong statesman city, it could have made a decent landowner city, no doubt. There are many resources. But I would say Pompaleo should have been a Fabi family, a champion family city. Babylon, however, reacted strongly, a bit late, panic, scrambling, but they did react effectively. They went into full military projection. They identified or lucked their way, I don't know, into the perfect counter, went to steal with axemen against spears, mass their troops. MongrelEyes didn't react immediately, or reacted very late and not very accurately, I would say. Should probably have retreated earlier, and lost quite a few units, lost a city, had to move back, lost more units, and managed with superior tactics to push his opponent back. and from there the game has stabilized. It seems Mongrel took a little bit of time to get some stability back in his empire, do some internal management. Rebels in particular were really beginning to be an issue, which I understand was a problem for him as well in his previous games. Uh, uh, but he dealt with it. He has restarted expansion, nabbed a pair of wonders along the way, and seems to be going toward a point victory. He's now 16 to 11. He could get a double victory at 22 to 11, assuming his opponent doesn't react, and he has opportunities for all his sides that he's barely seeming to be cognizant about. He's getting a Zoroastrian disciple in Vedoncio, so that will be an option very soon. Maybe a Jewish disciple will follow, and there's a few opportunity for wonders. I think he can buy. Ziggurat now, he was missing some money, but he also has worked on his stone production, accumulated a bit more of a stockpile, so he could definitely make a strong push for a victory point just on the back of exploration culture, clearing up the last tribes and settling, and on the back of holy sites and maybe one or two more wonders. A few victory points will come, and that should be enough to overtake his opponent. But I don't know if he'll push enough. But we'll have to find out with a report from our players. Uh, well, we will close out the stream for tonight.
Yes.
Thank you all
So
who joined.
to just conclude about the future possibilities for this game that I see, yeah, I agree. Probably MongrelEyes going for a double victory, but also interesting that in 3 turns, both players will hit tech for new units. So MongrelEyes will hit machinery for onagers, and Droner will hit battle line for macemen, which, yeah, given the Roman army composition of largely spearmen and slingers, macemen are of course devastating. So it will also give an opportunity for them to continue, possibly for hours, with a military
Indeed,
escalation if they do that after getting their next tier units.
indeed,
Uh,
indeed.
but but yes, thank you for allowing me to join you once again.
A pleasure.
And I guess tomorrow, after some sleep, we will find out if the game has concluded or not.
Indeed. Astatus will be possible to produce in Rome next turn. He's getting a walker at the moment, but he's completely stronghold in his champion seat. So they are particularly macemen, so they might be able to mitigate the advantage of battle line. But we'll find out after the fact. Uh, in well, a few hours, a few days. I don't know how long the players will keep playing. Uh, but we'll see at that point. Thank you all. Thank you, Salva, again for joining, for your insightful commentary, helpful mechanic clarifications, and general goodwill and friendship. Bye bye, everyone.